Dude, were y'all watching the screen? Did y'all see how I accidentally just pegged myself in the head? Not pegged. Why did I use that word? Fuck. I just accidentally hit myself in the head like CM Punk and Cody Rhodes. Um, Listen, we are live. I'll be honest, I'm still kind of working on stuff. So I see that there's a few people here. So I guess I'll just stay on. Fuck it. We weren't gonna start till about 6. So um let me see. What could we talk about? How about wait, the Sandlot. Oh, the Sandlot cast. Did y'all see that? They're making a new Sandlot movie. I haven't seen the trailer. Apparently, it came out today. Let's see. Sandlot trailer. What are we talking about today? Okay, so well, I mean, obviously you can see the banner, but I actually have some other stuff I have to test, some sound stuff before Raw starts, because obviously I'm covering for fightsatw.com. Shout out to fightsatw.com, fightsaroundtheworld.com, fightsatw.com. Somebody was saying I was saying it way too fast and they thought it was a single word. Fightsatw.com. What's a taboo? I don't know, because that's not what I was saying. Fightsatw.com. Make it your one-stop shop for all combat sports news and stay up to date with the best staff right now, pound for pound, in combat sports. I said it. I mean, part of the reason is because I'm on there. And I basically elevate everything I touch the moment I touch it. Nope, shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have said that either. Thank God Matt and Mex aren't here, because they would have clipped that, because it definitely sounded like I was just bragging about giving men erections, which I don't. Not that I know of. If I did, that's okay. I don't care if you're gay or straight. I love everyone. I am an ally to everyone. But anyway, let's see. We're talking about AEW Redemption. We'll talk about that tonight. Matt is supposed to actually come on and bitch me out about how stupid everything was. I actually loved it. I covered it last night for fightsatw.com. There were some aspects I hated about this show. I'll be honest. This felt like, do y'all remember in WWE whenever they would have WrestleMania or they would have Royal Rumble and then they would have WrestleMania, right? So like when I was a kid, there was nothing in between. You went from Royal Rumble and you just built and built and built till you got to WrestleMania, right? I'll give you some examples. Okay. So this Royal Rumble right here that I'm about to share with y'all was, I believe, the last Royal Rumble to go straight from the Rumble to the main event. I mean, to Mania, sorry. Straight from Royal Rumble to Mania. No other like shows in between. I'm almost positive. Wait, let me make sure. Let me make sure. Let's see. When was the first In Your House WWE? May. Okay, so I'm lying. I'm sorry. Let's go back. I'm sorry. I'm lying. Or not lying. I just got it wrong. I'm wrong. I should say that. I'm factually incorrect because this was the second to last. So, I think everybody remembers it because it's like one of the best Royal Rumbles ever. Bret Hart, who I don't know if anybody knows this, he would have been declared legally handicapped with the kind of leg injury he had. He would have gotten full workers' comp had he worked for literally any industry in the world, plumbing. Even if he was a lawyer, he would have probably had it. Any other industry in the world, he would have had workers' comp, been able to go home, collect a check. He said, nay, he fucking said. He said, fucking nay. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to beat this guy. I'm going to go and toss everyone out and beat this guy, Yokozuna. You know, if you really think about it, Bret Hart is the most American hero that wrestling's ever seen. I know you're about to say, the fuck, he's Canadian. Exactly. So, first of all, everybody knows that America's greatest heroes don't come from America, right? George Washington, you thought he was American, you fucking idiots? That's why you should keep watching this show, because you're a fucking moron. I'm just kidding. I don't even know who's on. And so the thing is that George Washington wasn't American, neither is Bret Hart. And why is Bret Hart the best? Because, see, everybody, well, not everybody, but the back knew Hulk Hogan was full of shit. He wasn't this American hero, right? That was actually John Cena. He wasn't this like great guy, role model, like, hey, take your vitamins, say your prayers. Meanwhile, I'm going to go home, say the N-word, and then inject fucking steroids into my ass and then cheat on my wife with my best friend's girl. See, this is the person y'all are protecting. I don't know, eat a dick. So then the thing is this, Brett got so sick of that Americanized bullshit, which was propaganda. And he said, here comes another guy to do this. Vince is about to send another one of his guys that he's named a dildo after. No, nay, I'm going to ruin this American propaganda, save the American children from this lies and bullshit. And I'm going to then go and beat the very racist character of Yokozuna. And if you don't know, he was a Hawaiian man playing a Japanese character because Vince is, I don't even think he's racist. I just think he thinks we're dumb. Here's the thing. I do not believe that Vince McMahon is racist. I really don't. I have no clue. I'm not sitting here declaring he's not, because that's another thing. Like, I was like, maybe he's not. And then they're going to come like, oh my God, you fucking support rape. No, he's a piece of shit. I think if you don't realize he's a piece of shit by now, maybe you're a piece of shit. Vince is a piece of shit, treated women like objects, sexualized his own friends due to probably some closeted homosexual feelings that he had. Look, none of this I'm saying as fact, right? You don't have to call in and debate me. This is simply me following a thread based on actual facts and things that happened. So you could call and we could talk about where these things derive from. I don't think Brett told us Shawn and Vince had sex. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying the narrative back then was certainly one where Vince had his, favorites. I'll just put it that way. Let's put it that way. All right. If you watch Game of Thrones last night, let's just say that there's nothing wrong with fancying, with having a fancy. Sometimes it pops in when you least expect it and it saves your life. If you watch Game of Thrones, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if you don't, that's because you're wasting your Sundays. All right. So this wasn't it. This was it. 1995 Royal Rumble. That's right. You're seeing her. That is the 90s bombshell herself. The other day I can't tell you who I was talking to because I don't want to embarrass them. And they were a minor at the time when they said this to me. As a family member, let's just say that, because it's weird that if I say that I'm talking to a minor and then literally no explanation. So I'm talking to this person that is a family member. And they're like, what did they say? Uncle Mal. Oops, shouldn't have said that. Mario. Damn it. I already said it. Mario, why what was with y'all's weird obsessions in the 90s and 2000s? Why were y'all's bombshells so basic, bitch? And I'm like, who the fuck, like who are you talking about? Don't you dare say Kelly Kapowski, because we're gonna have some fucking problems. Don't dare say Topanga, because you're not old enough to be put over my knee. I will fucking put you over my knee, turn your face around, and just fucking smack you in the face over and over. And he said, no, I'm talking about Paris Hilton. And I said, I don't know what AI you're using. All right. I don't know what movie you watched where they went back in time and mistakenly said that Paris Hilton was somehow the economy for beauty. That was never the case. Okay. She was a rich party girl. And all the girls wanted to live her life and all the guys wanted to bang her so they could rise up the social ladder. Nobody thought oh my God, if I had one hall pass, I'm sleeping with skin and bones fucking Paris Hilton. No. And look, I'm not, at the end of the day, she had her anorexia. I don't want to make light of that. I'm just saying, I find it suspect dudes who love skinny women. It makes me feel perhaps they're pedophilic. That's all I'm going to say. Had sex with bigger women. I've had sex with smaller women. I can tell you that one is definitively better than the other. I'm only saying this stuff because we're in the first 15 minutes. In 10 minutes, I'll stop and you can let your kids listen. But anyway, so he would say that. No, that's not true. This was can y'all even see this? Oh yeah, here it is. This was the iconic 90s bombshell, and her name was Pamela Lee Anderson. Don't you dare fucking leave out the Lee. If you leave out the Lee, you hate women. There, said it. How did Paul Bearer get into the stands in this Never mind. So anyway, this was the final pay-per-view that launched Royal Rumble into WrestleMania. It was a good one. It was a decent one. Sean won it. He'd go on to win the very next year. That was what I didn't love about the Royal Rumble. It's like, it's cool to have all these like historic runs, right? Like Brett and Luger both won. Sean won back-to-back. Stone Cold's won the most ever. Roman, I think, still has the record for throwing out the most, if I'm not mistaken. Whatever. Those are cool. But it's like they always do it so like squeezed together that you know that Royal Rumble is simply a matter of them utilizing it to push an agenda, right? Like Sean shouldn't have won back-to-back. Stone Cold shouldn't have won 4 in the amount of 5 Royal Rumbles or whatever crazy number it was. Anyway, I said all this to say that at the end of the day, AEW's pay-per-view last night, AEW Redemption, was basically that. It was basically that. It was basically that. All right, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, why am I here? I thought that was Fight Day. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I'm not disappointed. I'm not. Y'all are disappointed. What it do, Mario? What's going on to Bruce in the chat? Bruce, tell us, who do you got going over for SummerSlam? The 3 big matches. In fact, I would like all my wrenches by Wednesday to give me their picks for all of them, but specifically the 3. Alex, that includes you as well. Please send them to Mario Munguia at yahoo.com. That's literally my name. So I don't know how you could forget it unless you literally don't know my name, which would be crazy because that I've never gone by any. Like if you didn't know D Styles' real name, I'm not going to give it to you, but I'm just going to say if you don't, that's okay. You only watch him on chat on live, so you wouldn't have any reason to know his name. That said, if you don't know my name by now as a member of this community, it's kind of weird. So do that. Fucking email me y'all's picks so that I can make a nice, cool little graphic with y'all's names on it. And let's see who gets more right. It's not about competition. It's about community. All right. Last night was a prime example, Mario. Everyone has a price. Welcome to the other side, Nico. Now, if you don't know what Alex is referencing, last night, Berlanga fought in a match. It was there. The referee ended up getting involved with a nice little suplex of his own. Shout out to Mex. That was his joke. But anyway, I'll show you all the clips later. Right? If you're a wrestling fan, you're like, I don't even know what a Berlanga is. Just know that it is very much connected to WWE because it's part of TKO, which is Zuffa Boxing. That said, I will show y'all later. Nico Ali Walsh, who is the grandsire of Muhammad Ali, or is it whatever, grandson, great grandson. He is biologically related to to Muhammad Ali. Nico Ali Walsh, who has from the very beginning said that Zuffa's practices are bullshit and go completely against the grain of boxing. And he even testified in the Senate hearing alongside, I believe it was De La Hoya and Paulie Malignaggi, if I'm not mistaken. Nico is definitely one of the bigger ones. Not because he's a big fighter, but because the name is, you know, like if you're going to change something that's called like the Neil Armstrong law that has to do with like space travel or something, right? You want Neil Armstrong's family behind it, right? If you're going to market something as like a Malcolm X or a Martin Luther King or a Charlie Kirk, please don't. Then at the end of the day, what you're going to do is you're going to prophesize for them, right? And in this kind of way, that's what they did with Ali. They wanted to have his name behind it when it wasn't. The other side used it to rally against the other side, rail against them, right? So Nico Ali is against Zuffa, against TKO, against Dana White's desires to change the sport. However, what Alex is referring to is Nico Ali Walsh last night was seen on Zuffa TV. Now, there's a lot you could be said here. There's a lot of fighting back and forth. Here's the good news, guys. Here's the good news. The let me see, 12 plus 34 is 46. So 46 of you right now are in luck. Because if you stay here on these airwaves, I swear to God, I'm not fucking with you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I know it's crazy. It's crazy that somebody said that. No, I know. Everybody says they're telling the truth. No, but I'm going to tell you the real truth. You know why? You know why I can? Because I have the experience of all the other people, but I don't have the job. You see, you give jobs to people that know what they're doing and know what they're saying so that they don't say what they're supposed to say or not supposed to say when they're not supposed. I know it's confusing. It's confusing, but here's what I'm going to tell y'all. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to listen to any videos. I love Steve Kim. I love Dan Rafa. I love Cop. I love, obviously, Fights AEW has a bunch of people that report, and they're all great, and you could learn a lot from them. But on this subject here today, I will explain to you what happened with Nico Ali Walsh last night. Because as of now, I've not seen anyone who understands what happened last night, right? All I've seen is people cuck for Zuffa or either cuck Zuffa or say fuck Zuffa, right? It's the people that are either get cucked by Zuffa or the people that are screaming fuck Zuffa. It's the only two people that actually even give a shit about this. Hence why Alex is the one talking about it. But none of them have gotten this right. Nobody at this point I've seen. Please send it to me if you've seen anyone else say something that is remotely interesting and or rational. But I will tell y'all exactly what happened with Nico, exactly what happened with Zuffa, why he was there, and what some of the things he said that you could read between the lines as far as where things are going. Fucking Hurricane May hit Mario actually telling the truth about an AEW event. Yeah, and thank you, Mex, for letting me get back to that. So this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about this. AEW Redemption was the roadblock. Was the before there was a not Hell in the Cell, before there was Elimination Chamber, whatever pay-per-view between January and March/April. So like the February pay-per-view. That's what this was. That's what Redemption was. It was a bunch of nothing, but it had a huge not impact. It had a huge it was a direction making moment for the bigger story. Okay. And I wish Matt was already on because I don't want to repeat some of this stuff, but this is one thing I have no problem repeating. You know, I get it. This wasn't the best, and it really wasn't. However, what it did do was move the needle at the very top. But I'm seeing people, not just Matt's one of them, but I've seen a lot of people today basically say this was bullshit because it only told a story for the very tippity top. That bothers me so much. And it honestly bothers me that Matt said it, not because I hold him in the same place that I hold other people, not at all, but because I don't hold them in that same place. Like that same vanguard of people who are constantly barraged, whatever, by propaganda and bullshit. And for Matt to come out here and have that as an honest complaint tells me two things. One of two things. One, he's either being not genuine in his complaint based on the fact that AEW can only ever live up to the standard bearer, right? We all agree that WWE is the top. So then treat them like they're the top. And in what regard has Elimination Chamber ever been a tone-setting thing for WrestleMania? In fact, the only thing that anyone remembers from not this year, but last year's Elimination Chamber was the kick heard round the balls. That was a play on words. But the kick heard around the world, John Cena striking Cody Rhodes square in the gonads, and Travis Scott bitch slapping him and then running away from wrestling because he's so scared of receipts. Probably because he's one of those rappers who's terrible with money and the IRS is going to fuck him someday. Anyway, regardless, that's not me reporting. That's me making a joke, first of all. So people are so sensitive today. Oh my God. I woke up on Saturday with like 15 DMs. I mean, to be fair, it was only from like 7 people, but yeah, they were super pissed at some of the stuff I was saying. But anyway, where are we? Okay, so yes, AEW and Kenny told the story, but this is what is pissing me off about Matt. And not Matt, I should say Matt's side. I keep pigeonholing Matt into this. This is what's pissing me off. First of all, the lack of foresight, right? Because the argument's always, oh, AEW is this, WWE is that. And yet they're held to their own separate standards. And that's okay. But the competition breeds that shit. You understand? So when you're not happy with competition, when you think competition's the worst, what you're really saying is that you're a cuck. What you're really saying is it's really hard for you to talk without that meaty dick in your mouth so that you can't really make any comparison, right? I don't have that problem. I don't at all. I watch both products and I enjoy them at face value. Do I maybe have a little bit of unfair like biased and expectation towards one or the other? Sure, absolutely. But if I'm ever uh biased against anyone, it's AEW because I hold them in a higher regard in terms of quality right now. But if it's the people that I shit on the most, it's WWE because they set themselves as the standard bearer. What don't you get about that? What don't you get about Disney being the thing that if you're trying to start an amusement park, that's what you'd emulate? So again, I'm not saying this worked or didn't work. What I am saying is this follows the blueprint for something much bigger than what we've discussed in the past. This follows a very precise way of promoting in this space that is wrestling today. We're going to talk about the whole thing. We are, but I do want to get to real quick, like an overview of where we're going with this today. So we are going to talk about the AEW pay-per-view. We are going to his mother's Ollie's daughter. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, he doesn't look old enough to be an exact grandson. But and then I was like, well, is it great though? Because I don't remember it being great. Okay, so it's Ali's daughter's child, so obviously that's his grandson. Grandsire is how I say it because I'm in Game of Thrones mode right now. Hold on. Nico went in there and pulled a real G move on Zuffa. We'll talk about it. He did and he didn't. In fact, he didn't. I mean, he couldn't. I'm not saying he didn't want to. I'm saying that was a very carefully orchestrated moment on TV that was made to look like it was. Well, I'll get into it. I don't want to. I've been doing this a lot where I like go into something that's like takes me out. So anyway, role reversal. Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay. A lot of people are even asking if Kenny's still a heel. And so there's a lot of problems here. I'll admit that. At the same time, I think it was enjoyable and I'm excited for the continued story, right? Because that's the other part, right? Matt, and again, I keep saying Matt. I don't mean to say Matt. I mean to say the people coming from Matt's side are saying, you know what I'm going to call them? I'm going to call them the machine guns. The machine guns are trying to this fucking whole story up because they're trying to make it seem like, oh, this ruins it because this wasn't the story we were telling. But don't you understand how it's difficult to like tell a good story for 3 months? Like Harry Potter was 6 movies, right? Well, 7 if you count the split up one, right? Because they had a part 1, part 2. It wasn't just one movie, and they couldn't keep going to 17, right? There is a limit that you reach as a creative outlet or creative medium, right? And Harry Potter's has gone through it. Game of Thrones has gone through it, right? People get marveled out. People get Harry Pottered out. People get wrestlinged out. People even get boxing and UFC'd out. And usually that's based on the product not living up to the quality that that fan expects. So in that kind of sense, AEW did kind of not shit the bed because it was a bad show, but shit the bed for feeling the need to have to be like the big boys. You don't need a pay-per-view every month. That said, though, you certainly don't need a storyline to have to go through a 3-month fucking run. That's crazy, bro. Like, think about it. It's like fighters go into like a 12-week camp, but you never see 12 weeks of footage on fucking 24/7 or Showtime's all access bullshit. Never. You don't see that. What you see is a very comprised edit of things that are going on like in the tail end, because that's when the most excitement happens. That's when things are so much more weighted, right? Like, imagine I'm a fighter. I'm Mario Munguia, the fighter. We're in another timeline, right? And everybody's been wondering when my next fight's coming. And everybody's like, man, you've been out of the ring for 1.5 years, champ. When are you going to get into it? When are you going to get into it? And I'm talking about a fight, and I'm going to fight Tank Davis. I'm about to fight Tank. Y'all don't know this, right? Only my wife knows this. Nobody else knows this. So I come out and announce the Tank fight on the same day my wife tells me she's pregnant. That's huge, right? It's a big announcement, but nobody's gonna be really talking about the pregnancy. They're gonna be talking about the fucking fight. And like, oh my god, Mario and Tank, bro. He's about to show him what happens when you beat on a woman in front of a Hispanic that was raised not to beat on women. I'm just playing. I'm just dripping. I'm playing. I could never beat up Tank. I could probably tap him though. I think I could tap him. Here's the thing: if we got gloves on that have fingers, it would be a matter of him letting me too close to his legs. Even if he dropped me, as long as I'm not out cold, if I catch a leg, it's over. I mean, I can't imagine he has enough knowledge on jiu-jitsu to know how to protect an ankle, because nobody really does. A lot of people don't. Even high level, like purple belts and brown belts, still like they'll get tapped by. Never mind. Anyway, so this is a situation now where AEW is going to have to tell this story in the next month, right? When is All In? August 30th, I think, something like that. So they got like a month basically to tell this story, five weeks. And that's way better than 10 weeks, right? You're going to tell too much at that point. So this was the narrative that I don't know if they were going to go with from the beginning, but it's certainly the one they're going to ride with now. And I think they have enough time to be able to do that. Another big aspect we're going to talk about today, 7 potential debuts to AEW. All right. So there are 7 potential people coming to AEW. We know some of them, I think, that we could go ahead and knock off, right? And we're going to talk about who the rest could be, who could help AEW from that cut roster of WWE wrestlers. So let's see. For now, we have like Kofi and Xavier, right? We can count them as 2. I think Kairi Sane ends up being somebody who gets in there. A lot of people have been saying that Alistair and Zelina are both likely to go. This just came out this past weekend on some circles in Reddit, some people online who, it's not that I trust because I think that they're like real people. I trust them because I think they're burner accounts from people. That said, they don't get everything right, so who knows? But I think that if that's the case, then we're looking at one more person, and it one, maybe 2, and that would make sense for AEW, right? Because I can't imagine them signing 7 completely different talents, right? So if you count Alistair and his and Zelina's 1, and you count New Day as 1, right? Like, nah, that ain't gonna work. So if they do have 7, to me, it would make sense that 2 of those people, if not 3 of those people, the Wyatt 6, could be like brought in, and considered like one debut as 2 to 3, possibly 4, but 2 to 3 member team or faction, right? Or group. So I don't think we're looking at 7 like individual debuts. I do think we are looking at an accurate number. 7 sounds legit, because if you go off of that, then that's like 3 debuts. We'll see. We'll talk about who else it could be. Let me read the chat here before we go to the next topic, because he went in there and told them, fuck y'all in the house. Did he though? Did he? I don't know if he did or not. I mean, he tried. I'll say that. He tried to do it. Did he succeed in doing it? That's what we're going to talk about here in just a bit. That's how you spin it, Joseph. Despite whatever Nico said, his actions read different from my mind. Yeah, y'all are really trying to force me into this conversation now, and I don't like it. No, I'm just kidding. No. This is a great conversation that y'all are having, and that's why I want to get into it, because I don't want to miss out on this quality content. At the same time, I really did want to stick to the thing, but I don't know. Y'all are just kind of pulling me into this. I remember Sammy versus Kevin Owens at that Elimination Chamber. No, champ, you're remembering a 3-year-old Elimination Chamber. That's what you're remembering. You're remembering the tag team side quest. That was Bloodline territory. That was 2023, 2024, whatever. But it certainly wasn't John Cena kicking the balls Cody Rhodes that year. You clearly didn't listen to what he said, Alex. I'm not sure what that was about. Chess, not checkers. See, this is what sucks, is I already went through so many damn topics now, and this is what, it's not their fault, obviously. This is my fault. I should stop doing it this way where it's just like random shit on the board. I should start having like numbered ones. So like we're going to talk about AEW. So I only have an AEW one, right? And then we're going to talk about Ollie Walsh next. Then we'll do the Nico Ollie Walsh thumbnail. Yeah, that's probably how I should do it. Because this probably makes like some people horny, like, oh my God, he's going to talk about Disney and Comic-Con. And then it's like, oh, he's just talking about AEW, which I don't watch. And it's like, all right, whatever. Just saw a video. Cody Punk and Danhausen officially came out as bi, no judge, wrestle ops on X. That is that they're what? Come on, dude. Why do you, Alex, do you do this on purpose to me? Because I feel like you're doing this on purpose now. Because I can't. Here's the thing. Maybe you don't know, and I'm not being fair. Maybe you don't know me well enough to know that if you post something like that, I can't focus on anything until I find out what the fuck is going on. Who is bisexual in wrestling? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't type that. Who'd you say? Cody Punk and Danhausen? Okay. Look, here's the thing. I don't give a shit, right? I don't give a shit who anyone sleeps with. Literally nothing. This is why I've always been an ally to trans people, because I've had many friends that would beat the shit out of all of y'all that have long hair. I had a friend in college who painted his toenails black. He would paint them black or yellow, right? And he didn't have super long hair, but he did have kind of long hair. And he had those eyes like the mayor from Batman, from the Dark Knight trilogy. You know the mayor I'm talking about? You know how he had like show tune cat eyes, like he was going to be performing on Broadway? Those are the kind of eyes my friends had, very dark. People would swear he wore. Girls would always be like, no, you're wearing eyeliner, dude. Shut the fuck up. He's like, fuck it, do whatever. He would throw water in his face to show these girls at party. I saw him drop a beer, pour it over his head just to prove that his shit doesn't run. He's a crazy guy. Loved him. This guy would paint his toenails. And one day, nobody ever asked him about it. One day, somebody brought it up and started making fun of him, and he lost his cool, and stuff that was physical happened. I'll just put it that way. And so obviously it was like a big old thing, and he almost got in trouble for it, and blah blah blah. Turns out the dude had a fucking disease on his toenails that made them yellow, cracked, and the stuff that he was putting on them wasn't well, yes, he did put a polish on, but the only reason he put the polish on is because it coated the medicine, and without the medicine, his toenails would stink. So he's actually doing it for everyone else. So the dicks that were like, look at this gay ass dude with his toenails, they could literally sit on a dick and spin and fuck off. This dude was very comfortable in his sexuality, right? I think his sister was a lesbian or something like that. But yeah, like y'all don't know what the fuck is going on with people when they got long hair or they change their name or anything. Y'all don't know what the fuck. So you try to categorize everyone else in one box. You know what? It makes me mad. You know why it makes me mad? I'm going to tell y'all it makes me mad. Because it's all lies. It's all bullshit, right? Like right now, and I know y'all don't want to talk about the politics, but I got 10 minutes before 6:30, so I'm just going to use it. Look, everybody's talking right now about this socialist, democratic socialist conversation, right? Everybody's having arguments about it. Are democratic socialists? Are social democratic people communist? Is communism socialism? Here's the thing. If you think that they're all the same, it's because you're not educated on it. You've never tried to educate yourself on it. You probably got really bad grades in school, and now you're trying to be the one to tell everyone else how the world works, right? Just like I would never say that every single Republican and or conservative is a racist. That said, there are plenty conservatives and Republicans on the far right that would consider themselves racist, but I don't blanket that over everyone. You can want reform as it relates to immigration or asylum seeking, because again, we've said it before, asylum seeking was the problem in this country, not immigration. So at the end of the day, when you try to do these things where you pinpoint and separate the diversity on both sides, that's the way that you realize that nobody's really on the same side. Republicans and Democrats don't want that to happen. Democrats have already had that happen. They've had that happen. Why? Because a lot of people that are Democrats actually go through history classes and stuff like that, or they major in poli-sci or the humanities, or things that give you some sort of context as to what was going on in the background of history at that time. So these people understand it to a degree that most others don't, so they break off. The Democratic Party hasn't been a united front in how long, and yet you guys, and I don't mean just you guys like outsiders or MAGA, I mean my own community. I've heard some of you motherfuckers come on here and talk about Hassan and fucking Tim or Pack are the same and all these people. Y'all don't know shit. That's why you don't know shit. You let Republican talking points convince you of shit. You know how I know that's true? Because that happened to me, and I told you it fucking did. I admitted it. How hard is it for somebody to say I was a fucking retard from the age of 18 to 30? I don't know how hard it is. It was pretty hard for me, but I'm there. So, at the end of the day, fucking face it. But socialism and democratic socialists are not the same. To try to propagate that is either admitting you're stupid and don't know how things work, or you're just a puppet talking point for the right or for the left, whoever is asking you say these things. And you could see that that's the case because there's a huge split, a civil war right now when the Republican Party and everyone under it is shitting the fucking bed. Literally every metric you could go down, Trump's philosophy and lack thereof is ruining things. Domestically, foreign, it doesn't matter. Any metric you use it's fucking hard rock shit. Just solid waste of shit from his sons using their station. Like, this was the stuff y'all that they were complaining about with Biden. And I got fooled. I was like, Burisma? I never. You mean to tell me they're using their station and there are no safeguards? Republican I become. Like, that shit, it infuriates me because they got me on that shit. They got me, Jerry. They got me. But y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all got. Y'all don't care. Y'all stay in y'all's little cesspool of fucking echo machines. Fuck that noise, bro. Fuck that noise, dog. I'll stay right here and say I don't represent either because they both shit the bed. Because they're both fuck ups. Because AOC is gonna let Hassan drag her fucking ass down that whole rabbit hole. Y'all see, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all got fucking snowed in that bullshit. So I don't give a fuck. But what the point I'm trying to make is that it's very easy to call other side the other and point the finger and say you're the other. Meanwhile, the people standing with you pointing that are doing the freaky shit anyway. So y'all are fucked up on that. My grammar in that comment was terrible. I blame autocorrect. That's all right, champ. I didn't even catch it. It's called having a format, Mech says. That is true. It's foreign to you because they don't use that in All Friends Wrestling. No, they don't. Here's the thing. I can agree with you when AEW is doing things that are shitty or I don't like. But to take away those moments that belong to the structure for which WWE has created, it's like me saying, like, man, I hate the Native Americans. Why? You didn't see how they built all these bridges and railroads and all these things and they give all the money to and the taxes? Like, wait, what are you talking about? The fucking Native Americans don't have anything to do with that. Oh, well, I'm just going to, they were here first, so I'm just going to blame. That's not how it fucking works. Like, that sounds retarded. So at the end of the day, all I can tell you is that we can go based on what an entity has done as well as the data points that we can take from them, right? So AEW could say, oh, this is how wrestling works, not realizing that, no, that's how WWE made wrestling work. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I can't hold their feet to the fire for following really shitty WWE habits. That's not the right word. Blueprints, structure. I don't know. I can't fault AEW for not having a full realization of what fans like and don't like as wrestling fans based on the fact that Vince never cared. Triple H never cared. TKO certainly doesn't care. They're going to cram and cram and cram as much shit down our throat as we can. So that brings us to the other story, Vince coming back to WWE. Is it going to happen? Is there a chance? We live in a very different social media economy than we did yesterday. The problem is a lot of you think we still live in that same social economy, right? There's still so many people. Like, if you don't realize that woke has been gone, but way before Trump became president again, that's because of the bubble you live in, right? Like, why you give so many randos on the internet this weight, right? Because if they call you something, if they call you out for being racist, they call you out for being transphobic, or they call you out for hating women, then you say, oh, well, everybody on they're all calling me. Look at this. The woke's dead. They can't even take a joke. But what are you talking about, right? If I started saying some haram ass shit about Jesus, Christians would get fucking upset. If I showed an image of what's his name? Not a lot. What's his name? The Muslim Abraham guy, or not Abraham, but he's like Abraham to the Muslims. What's his name? You can bring blah to the mountains, but you can't bring the mountains to Muhammad. So now I don't even remember what I was talking about. So anyway, this idea that Vince could come back is rooted in this idea that the lawsuit is going away. The problem with that is people assume that means that there is a loss of some sort or a win of some sort. If there's a win on Vince's side for anything, it's about the time dilation of it, right? If you're Vince, you don't want story after story coming out. Like, if you remember the Depp and Amber Heard lawsuit or court, right? Their careers were very salvageable up until that moment. They were both like treated as persona non grata for one side or the other, but they were both well respected in their regard for what they were, for the agenda that they were pushing, right? Like, she was over with women and feminists, and he was over with, I don't know who, but whatever, right? But they had their own support. The lawsuit came out, and then they went public with the court case, and that shit just eroded everything. And then there could only be one survivor, right? And why did that happen? Because instead of, oh, we're going to release all these documents at once, no, it was a situation where every single day a major story about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and or somebody's shit was literally in the at the top of the news cycle. And every time it was reflected upon, it became a new trending topic, right? To the point where these two people were like, who are famous, obviously, they're very famous. I'm not going to pretend they're not, but they were at their peak famous during that trial. And the problem is that they're not playing, a fucking superhero that lives under the water. They're not playing, God damn it. They're not playing pirates who have like weird moral ambiguity issues. They're playing themselves. So anything that is said or done that reflects Amber Heard and or Johnny Depp in a bad way, it stays with the public longer because it's spread out. Whereas you just information dump, like, people still don't realize that the government's basically confirmed there are aliens, like 100%. I mean, not 100%, but they've basically confirmed with the way they're doing things, with the way they release. But a lot of people that don't see it that way, they don't see it that way because they're not going into the files. They're not going into any of that. They don't know. They just know that, oh, these big things were supposed to have come out. And look, here are the 3 creepiest videos. But you've not seen that there are files that talk about what these people, that there's a file that came out that says that two of our most highly trained pilots in one of the most elite pilot programs there that exists, specifically at that time, testified to like 3 or 4 dozen different UAPs, essentially like them chasing to being circled around. And they reportedly were boarded on their craft by some sort of orb or extra dimensional species, something like that. Again, I'm not reporting that. I'm telling you that some of the most sanest, smartest, capable people that work for our military have reported that. And if you're not going to listen to them, then who the fuck would you listen to? Right. But nobody knows that. Why? Because that shit gets fucking buried. Right. How many people know what was actually put out with the JFK stuff? Don't get me wrong. Nothing really smoking gun came out of that shit, but I could tell you that we learned a lot of stuff that people probably didn't want us to learn for a while. And I don't want to really talk about it because it gets into other stuff that's like I can have a problem with Bibi Netanyahu. I could say that I no longer support America's support of Israel. That comment has nothing to do with the religion of Judaism has nothing to do with the people that practice it, right? But I can't say that stuff because then they say, "Oh, well, you're blah blah blah." It's like, "Oh, well, you can eat a dick." Alex wants you to feel comfortable to admit you're also a switch hitter. Yo, I forgot all about that too. Damn it. So let's see. Wait, Danhausen shared a hilarious kiss with Cody Rhodes and CM Punk live in an event. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, Alex, this is clearly not the same thing. I've had another guy kiss me on my lips at a bar. I was 19 or 20. I know I wasn't 21 yet because I had a fake ID. Well, I didn't have a fake ID. Somebody let me in who had a fake ID. But he knew the bouncer. It wasn't like they let me in because I didn't have fake. But anyway, whatever. We're at this bar. I don't know any of the girls they're there. So he's talking to some chick, or I don't even know if he's talking to her or if he just met her like that week. It was brand new. That's what I know. It was brand new. And the reason I know it was brand new is that's why he wanted us to come. You know, there's this famous, or not famous, but there's this like awesome Seinfeld episode where George asks Jerry and Elaine to come on his date with him to have a double date. And he's like, I want her to see Party George, or I want her to see Socializing George. Like, I don't want her to see me in our like connection, because it's like awkward, right? When you don't know somebody right away and you're just, dating them, and you don't know what makes them laugh. You don't know what kind of comedy might go too far for them or might offend them. Maybe their parents are little people. Who the fuck knows, right? You don't know. But you have to like learn them. So it's an awkward thing. And so then you want somebody there, right? To like that you can be open with. So she could see you being funny and he can see you, or you know what I mean? Like that type of shit. So that's why he wanted us to go. He wanted us to go so that we could be his wingmen, right? That's all he wanted. And we get there. What he didn't tell, he said that this girl that he met was going to bring a couple of her friends. Now I wasn't looking to date anybody at the time, but it was just like, at least it'll be an even number of people to confer, right? The worst situations are when it's like a bunch of people and then like a small group of people, right? Because you feel overwhelmed. It's like their party, their shtick, even though you're at a public bar. So we get there and it's like 12 to 15 women, and they're all nurses and they all work together. And they're like out after a drink or something like that, or out after work. They're all in their scrubs. And I'm doing my best to be a wingman. Let me tell y'all guys, I haven't tried it. I haven't been a wingman in a really, really long time. But that's one of the reasons I had so many friends growing up in college and then slightly after college. I had a lot of friends, and people would call me every weekend. People I didn't even really like hanging out with, to be honest with you, would call me, not because they thought I was a great time, but because to them, it seemed like every time I'd go out of my way to try to help a friend meet someone, they would not only end up meeting someone, but it would actually like go pretty far, pretty fast, right? And I'm not Will Smith in fucking Hitch or anything like that. Not at all. What I am is capable of making women feel comfortable. Like I'm not there to fuck. Like there are some guys that can't help but give that I'm here to fuck vibe. And I'm not one of those dudes. Never have been. I honestly don't. I've never really thought I'm that good looking. Like I remember me and my wife got into like a huge fight one time, because I'm telling her that, like, obviously I was not that great, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, dude, stop fucking doing that. You make it sound really weird. It makes it sound like you want us to say how good looking you are. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's not the case at all. I'm a happily married man. She's like, I know, but it's like, you can't admit you're good looking like at all. And it's like, no, it's not that. It's that like, I don't assume that every girl finds me good looking. Like not at all. Yes, I've been in situations when I was in Laredo, at 9 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old, we moved to Laredo. I became one of the most popular kids, dude. And I'm going to bring my mom one day because none of y'all believe me. So I'm going to have her on so she can tell y'all. I would have droves of little girls come to the house every day. ring the doorbell, ask if I can come out. And I'm in this like weird phase at that age where it's like I have to pretend to hate girls or else the guys think you're weird, right? But at the same time, I don't hate girls, so it's like I want them to hang out with. It was a tough time. Anyway, so like obviously like there's some part of me that is objectively attractive, I guess, right? But I am short. Like I don't like a lot of people's like, oh, you present very confident. Fine, but I'm not a tall guy. I'm not somebody who just approaches women. The only time I've ever had success with women is when they've made the first move, right? And they can give you that look at the bar. They could just come sit next to you. The really cool ones, and these are it was only older women that ever did this, were the ones that would buy you a drink, right? Like they would like you wouldn't pay attention to them. And again, for me, it was because I didn't fucking think anything of it. And so like those were the coolest women. But either way, I'm making some of the girls laugh, and the group that me and my friend are talking to that are supposed to be the wingmen, it's growing. So at first we're talking to like 3 of the girls, 4 of the girls. Then it becomes like 6. Then it's 8, right? And by the time you know it, my friend and the girl he was talking to are the only ones that we're not commanding the attention of, right? So like all the other girls are laughing at me and a friend of mine's jokes, and we're making jokes of people, and like, you know what I mean? Like it was real easy to figure out their vibe, being like Texas nurses. And I'll be honest, I could probably write a book on picking up Texas nurses. That sounded crazy. I shouldn't have said that. That sounds weird. I'm sorry. Never mind. I didn't say that. So anyway, I remember him giving me a look like, dude, what are you doing? Like, and I was like, oh shit, am I like being too funny, or am I being too like provocative? Am I like trying to steal attention? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm peacocking a little bit. Let me chill. So I go back, I sit back into mode, and this man's drowning, right? And I'm supposed to be the wingman. I'm supposed to be like the dude who's letting him, you know what I mean, advance and showing that his best. Because like as a wingman, I'm not there to be like, hey, y'all gotta be fucking now. Like, no, that's crazy, right? Instead, I'm showing her his best features. Like what I love about him so much, right? He's a great hang. He's funny, spontaneously. You know, he'll do physical comedy, which is something not a lot of people do that aren't fat. And so it's like this thing where I felt bad, like he was drowning. And so he makes a joke. It does not get a laugh at all. And I touch his shoulder, right? And he's like trying to make it to where like he doesn't realize that I'm like, oh, dude, that was bad. And he's like, what, man? Hey, I'm not gay over here. And then he started going to that shtick. And it was like, oh, you're drowning, bro. Like, not only are you not funny, but now you're like going towards the lowest common denominator of humor, right? Like making fun of people for their sexual orientation or color or fart jokes, like whatever, right? I'm like, dude, he's toast. This chick isn't interested at all. I could tell. And in fact, though, she didn't seem like interested in any of us, like, to be honest with you, but whatever. He could tell that he lost the girls. Some of them started kind of snickering. And at some point, after a couple of other jokes just missed, and he's like, I told you I'm not gay, and grabs my head and proceeds to like kiss me on the lips. And it was the worst feeling in the world. And I remember thinking at that time, because everybody was like, everybody was like, dude, that was crazy. Oh, what a terrible night for you, blah, blah. And I remember stopping my friends and saying, y'all think it was terrible because a dude kissed me, right? That's what y'all are saying. Like, y'all think my night's ruined because a dude kissed me. What I'm telling y'all is my night was ruined when he did that, knowing that it was the stink of desperation that he did that for, because he was so horny for a girl, because he hadn't been with anybody in so long, that he went to the lowest common denominators, got super desperate, fucked his chances up with the girl. You could see it on all their faces, and then tried to bail out using me as prop comedy. Wasn't mad that he kissed me. I wasn't mad that he's not gay. I'm not gay. It's not a big deal. What was a big deal was him being a typical guy, and it leading to a place where he was trying to diminish other people for their orientations just to get a cheap laugh. When he realized that smart girls don't fuck dudes that do that, he had to bail out in a way that was so cringe that the cringe stuck to me. I would go to that. This is a college bar back then. And you know, there was like 4 college bars that were popping on certain days of the week, right? So like Thursday was the big college night. Friday was a decent college night, not huge. Everybody was tired from finals or whatever, or midterms. And Saturday was a big one, but it wasn't huge because a lot of places would get like, you know, you would go on like party buses or whatever, bar tours, bar walks, whatever. And then Tuesday was the other big night. Sometimes Sunday, but Tuesday was the other big night. And I would literally go to that same bar on the same night, and there would be somebody there, one of the bartenders, one of the bouncers, one of the waiters, and they would say like, "Hey, you ain't gonna be making out with people in here tonight, are you?" Or something like that, right? And these are people that weren't even there, that didn't even see it. This is just a situation where word of mouth got around, and like that stink felt so terrible. But again, it wasn't because of the gayness. It wasn't offended. It wasn't like my night's ruined. The lips of another man touched mine. I don't know. Listen, I don't know how many of you guys have ever actually slept with women that hate gay people, but I can tell you that kissing a girl who smokes cigarettes, I would rather not do that than peck a dude who has impeccable mouth hygiene. Making out with a girl who smokes cigarettes is like, it's like smoking an L, dumping the ash on the tray, dropping it in the trash, and all that excess going, that's what it's like, you know? So it's fucking disgusting. Speaking of Danhausen, they made him a fucking Danhausen mobile. I saw that. Was that you who sent it to me? Oh, let me send this real quick. Okay, so this is what Alex was talking about. Obviously, he was making a joke, first of all. They didn't come out as trans, but they did. That's not the one I wanted to show. Wait. Oops. Okay, let's do that again. This one. Okay, so this is what he's saying. I haven't seen anything yet. Danhausen shared a hilarious kiss with Cody Rhodes and CM Punk. Oh, I thought that said something else when I read it the first time. Yeah, it's a house show. They get cool stuff when you go to, I mean, I'm not saying it's like, oh, I want them to kiss at my place, but I would love for them to do stuff that they don't normally do. That's cool. All right, where are we at? Yeah, an ally to trans. Wait, yeah, sure. That's why you're an ally to trans people. That's a joke that he's saying because I'm gay. Not, but that just sounds Mario's favorite word. I don't know what that meant. Would you rather be locked in a figure 4 from Ric Flair or locked in a motel room with Yo, the fact this one came from Bruce, bro. Oh my God. So first of all, it goes without even any question. I'm going to take this as serious. Pat Patterson, 100%. Pat Patterson. Like, yeah, of course. Like, here's because obviously this is a funny joke that Bruce just made, but let me go out of my way to ruin it real quick, okay? By taking it way too serious. The logic of it, here's what I'm going to say. I've already given Rick the means for which he's put me in the figure 4. From that moment on, I'm his bitch boy. Like, and he's not letting go. Listen, and this is the other part. Y'all didn't have older cousins and brothers. A lot of y'all didn't. I know it. I talked to y'all and I know it. Y'all didn't have any older brothers. Y'all didn't have any older cousins. And I'm glad that y'all weren't abused mentally and physically like I was in me and my family. But I can tell you that there's a certain amount of respect that you earn and a certain amount of rationality that you're equipped with when you are the victim of decades-long bullying. One of the things that my cousin would do is slap us in figure 4s and sharpshooters. Now, the gambit was this. Hey, guys, let's see who can last the longest in a submission. And the winner gets this piece of gum. Now, I'm going to put y'all in a submission, but at the end, each one of y'all can do a submission to me, whichever one you want. Okay. So he'd slap the submissions on, wouldn't let them go, torture us with them, like literally, like hold them in and then get them deeper. And we'd cry and he'd let it go. It taught me something for sure. I think, some people should just get bullied for a little bit. I think it helps the character. But aside from that, I can tell you that I hated Big Red Gum. Hated it. The cinnamon was too pica for me at that age, right? And I would just fucking just chew him if he asked me to. He'd be like, chew red gum, chew the big red. No, I want to see you lick the fucking sugar off of it. And I'm like, good God, this guy's 13 years old and a fucking psycho. He's the one who burned my brother with a lighter, and he has the lighter mark still on his skin today. He's also the reason I have this scar right here, and he's the reason for my Mexican knee scars that you can't really see as well anymore. This one you can, though. Can you see like how this one looks like Edward James Olmos's face? Yeah, those are all Steven scars. Power bombs and sharpshooters. Those were his favorite weapons for which to unleash his masochistic fucking psychoticness on us. But I can tell you that would be giving Ric Flair control of my entire person. Whereas Pat Patterson would have to do, like, if he wanted me to go get ice for him, I'm not doing it. And what are you going to do if I don't? He's obviously a big man. Now here's the other part. If you say prime Pat Patterson and old Ric Flair, I might pick Ric Flair. I don't think he's strong enough to keep me in a figure four. I don't know. Maybe not. See, Mex agrees. Pat Patterson. Now I feel more vilified or verified. Whatever. Fuck it. I agree with following a topic format. Alex is funny. Here's the thing, though. You're right. And I just said that earlier. But these are the moments that are really funny, when the jokes come out of nowhere that y'all make. And those can only happen with a crazy format like I've been using. Mario is the voice of Demo Chamber. No, that's funny. AOC can get it, by the way. Jesus Christ, Max. Matt, both of these wrestling companies can't book for a damn. Do I want to eat? Is it ready right now? Oh shit. I'm gonna eat. Can you put me my plate in microwave? I'll eat after like the first segment of Raw, so that way I can make sure that I'm not behind. Okay. Both of these wrestling companies can't book for a damn. Yep. Cruz Montana got to be the dumbest shit I've ever heard in 3 weeks. Okay, let's do that real quick. So, okay, so this is what he's talking about. And this is really fucking stupid, guys. Really fucking crazy stupid. Okay, so if you did not see this, hold on, let me pull it up. Mike Santana, former tag team. Wait, where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay, so if you haven't seen this, Mike Santana, formerly of AEW, used to tag with Homeboy. They were the new version of I forgot, whatever they're called. Anyway, he was the NXT World Champion. I'm sorry, TNA. I'm fucking this up already. This is the TNA World Champion, Mike Santana. One of the most over guys in the era of this version of TNA. Now, a couple of things have happened. Number one, and this is the one I don't like the most, TNA has now become a feeder system to AEW. This is very problematic to me. Now, a lot of you would say, oh, well, TNA is just lucky to have WWE as a partner, and everything that they've done to help them promote and or give them the rub has led to some of their biggest numbers in years. Fine. None of that is sustainable. if you morons haven't learned that teaching a man to fish is much better than just giving him a fish, well, that's your fault. But I can tell you that this has not helped TNA one bit. Not really. I mean, again, short term, helping you at the end of the quarter so you can make the investors look good or make them feel comfortable. That's a whole separate issue than what I'm talking about. Anyway, everybody thought this was going to happen, and sure enough, it happened. Mike Santana, as his contract was getting ready to leave TNA or getting ready to be done with TNA, he was expected to go straight to NXT. Now, that says a couple of things. One, obviously, he wasn't going to ever go back to AEW because of the problems that he had there. But the other thing was that TNA set themselves up in a situation where nobody's really going to AEW after they leave there. And so this idea that they're a feeder camp isn't that big of a deal unless TNA expects to not be a feeder camp, right? NXT can gleefully call themselves the AAA or the minor league system, right? And not take any offense. Can you do that to TNA with stars like Matt and Jeff Hardy and Moose there and people that have had real fucking real actual clout in the wrestling business at a top level? So anyway, Mike Santana goes to NXT, debuts last week. The problem was he didn't go by Mike Santana. That was my impersonation of the Wrestling Observer. The problem was he didn't go by Mike Santana. And so Mike Santana is now Cruz Montana. Now, there's a couple of reasons why that's fucking stupid. However, before I get to any of them, I do want to say that I just found out that it was actually a tribute to his dad, his late father. And so here he says in this post, I mean, this is from the Wrestling Classic, so this is from his shit. He posted from his own social media saying, a name I put together as a tribute to honor my late father, who I've always made sure to keep as close as possible to my journey. Losing him 6 years ago is what sent me on a spiral that I'd eventually rise from to become the man you see today. And today, that man addicted to greatness. That's a weird thing to say. First of all, people thought he was addicted. That's part of the reason why he mentioned what he mentioned. So there was this moment where he and his tag team partner had a falling out, right? And his time in AEW seemed on the rocks. His relationship with them, I mean, was on the rocks, it seemed. And he was part of like the Jericho thing. He was getting a push. Like, he just wasn't happy where he was at. He wasn't happy how they were being portrayed. There was a lot of rumors as to what happened, but essentially the way he put it was like just a major falling out with his partner. And so the idea was that he was didn't come back because he was hurt. Then there was this rumor that he had gotten addicted to like pain pills and stuff like that. It was a whole mess, but there was a lot of rumors, alcohol, pills, all these things. None of it ended up being true, or at least not. Well, yeah, no, it wasn't true. It hasn't been proven true. And so, but he did admit to a depression, and part of that was the loss of his father. And that is exactly the time that revolves around his troubles in AEW and the beefs that he was having. That said, he said, here's the next chapter. Let's get it. Now, the other problem with Cruz Montana is that they called him Mike Santana already. This isn't a situation where this is a guy debuting in a company that nobody's supposed to know of or nobody's supposed to remember or nobody's supposed to acknowledge. No, this is a guy who they just did a fucking promos war with, right? They just ran back the invasion angle, and then you bring him out as Cruz Montana. Now, here's the last reason why this is dumb as shit. And I have no facts to back this up. This isn't like me presenting a case as a lawyer with Exhibit A and Exhibit B. This is a pure gut and data recognition standpoint from other historical incidences that mirror this one to a degree. Cruz Montana sounds a little bit too much like Mike Santana. Now, phonetically speaking, there's no issues with that in terms of, like, you can't do that type shit. But it does sound like fucking Mike Santana. Now, imagine this. Imagine Stone Cold Steve Austin goes to AEW, right? Like imagine AEW is like back then or whatever. There's like actual like real company. Or you know what? Maybe it's WCW. The Monday Night Wars go until 2005, and Stone Cold's time runs out, and he goes to WCW, where he's been another name before, and they're like, okay, we're gonna name you Bone Bold G Glosson, and it's like to make fun of what they were doing, because that's what Billionaire Ted was, and the Nacho Man Randy Savage, and the old man Hulk Hogan, which I don't remember what his fake name was, when they were making fun of WCW and the geezers that they were picking up. Yeah, this is stupid on so many levels, and I feel bad because it's supposed to be an homage to his dad, and it's not that that's not the part that I'm like that I think is dumb. In fact, let me tell you, I want to make this very clear. Nothing that Mike, formerly known as Mike Santana, there's nothing he's done that has bothered me in any way whatsoever. If that's the name he wants to use, cool. It's not that big a deal that it has a extreme phonetics sound or whatever from Mike Santana. Because the thing is like if you want people to not know Mike Santana and vibe with this Cruz Montana name, well, then you're going to have to like make Mike Santana go bye-bye, right? You have to make him go away. And the way to make him do that is not by having a name that sounds very much like the original. Montana, Santana, ooh, I want to take you to Bermuda Triangle. Oh, we're gonna lose you to the aliens that make sure they monitor them because it's Coco crazy. Mario loves chaos. I'm starting to realize all this now. He hates structure. Wait, what? Mario loves chaos. I'm starting to realize all this now. He hates structure. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Just throw a comma in there sometimes, just to so I can see what separates the lines, because this makes very much sense, but I have to realize where the comma goes. So Mario loves chaos. I'm starting to realize all this. Oh wait, I'm starting to realize this. I'm starting to realize all this now. He hates structure. No, not true. I don't hate structure. I hate the unstructured for the sake of no structure. Does that make sense? I hate the unstructured for the sake of no structure. Like if it's going to make sense, like if the story works, like everybody's mad about the Odyssey right now, right? I mean, not everybody, only like I don't know. I don't even know who is like, and it's so funny. The people that are so mad at the Odyssey never read the Odyssey. Like I had to read it in college when I first started in college. So I had to read it. I had to read that. I had to read Gilgamesh. I had to read the other book where Gilgamesh and Gilgamesh goes to Hades and he ends up in the like basically like entrance, like the coat room to hell, basically. And he sees Achilles fighting with what's his name, the king that he killed, or that and so they're fighting and they're like who's got more honor in their death type shit. And so anyway, like I read all that. And I found out later that the translations I was reading were not really based on a lot of merit. I mean, they were. They just weren't. First of all, there's no actual physical descriptions in the book, first of all. Second of all, I understand people saying Greeks are this or Greeks are that. What I don't understand is why the same people that argue so vehemently about Greeks being portrayed accurately are the same people that had zero problem with Jesus having blue eyes and blonde hair for so long before, people stopped being retarded about it. All I know is this. All I know is that if a story makes it work, then it's worth exploring. I have not seen the Odyssey yet. I can tell you that if those characters perform in a way that works well and they execute the story well enough, I won't have a problem with anything. There's no historical references for things that are based in fiction, right? It's like the Black Mermaid thing, like the Little Mermaid being black. Like I didn't have a problem with it because she was black. I had a problem with people saying or the studio claiming that this is about representation or that this is about um uh like diversity or something. Like, no, it's not. You just made a character black. There's nothing black about her experience. To suggest that black or gay or being a woman or Chinese or Mexican is based simply on your skin color is offensive and racist in and of itself. I'm not saying it's racist to switch the character, just like I'm saying it's not racist to keep the character the same. What I'm saying is what works and doesn't work is based on the story itself, how it progresses, and the merit of their performances. So for people to just be like, oh, these people aren't black, it's like, shut the fuck up. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit and you're a liar too, because you don't give a shit. You really don't. You were cool praying to the fucking, to the Norway Jesus, right? You love praying to the fucking Swiss Jesus over there and didn't give a shit about any of those historical accuracies. So why should I believe that you give a shit about these historical inaccuracies based on how you're moving? Like, that's crazy to me. I'm sorry. Mohammed, thank you. Earlier, I was asking what it was. Cruz Montana sounds like Hannah Montana's half brother. Fucking give him the gold. Beautiful joke. I love it. Remember when Joseph said bring Vince back and then the on-screen savior to battle TKO and the new regime, and now everybody's calling for Vince McMahon to be Roman's new wise man? I do remember that, and we're going to get to that now, even though Raw has just started. I dare you to show an image of Mohammed, but after I have legal documentation that I will inherit the channel. Nope. And that's the other part. Like, what does it even look like? Because I've okay, maybe I shouldn't say this. Is it haram to like Google image Muhammad too, or can you just not draw him? Because I don't know what I should admit to or not. I don't want to piss Muslims off. I don't want to piss Christians off. I don't want to piss Jewish people off. Like, people are like, oh yeah, you're just like a Muslim lover. You're just a Christian apologist. No, I'm not. I'm a person who doesn't want to offend. Because Mex and I had a conversation the other day, and he was like, not tiptoeing, but he was just like trying to find like the most, I guess, like friendly. No, not even friendly. He's just trying to find a clear-cut way without putting any like jokes or like extra into it and saying like, I'm somebody who doesn't like confrontation, and I don't. I know a lot of people in the community are going to laugh about that, but that's true. I don't like confrontation. And one of the reasons I don't like confrontation is because I know myself very well. I don't stop, and I won't stop. Rockefeller Records. We get down, baby. We get down. And so at the end of the day, I know that like I've lost friends because of wanting to go to the whole debate and having to go through it and wanting them to look at their shit-eating grin after I set them up for something, right? It's just a way to lose friends. Like, people ask about why I don't go on the Boxing Voice. It's not that I don't want to go on the Boxing Voice. It's that if I go on the Boxing Voice and the conversation goes to a place that I didn't plan, I cannot guarantee that I won't eviscerate Ness. And I don't mean that in an ugly way. I just know that he would never be able to put me in a position where I would be talking shit about things I don't know or understand. And the only way that I would ever bring it to that battle is it's because I know it to be something that is true and something that I can communicate to a broad audience. And so I don't want to make him look bad on his own channel. Like, that's not a friend thing to do. You know what I mean? So yeah, I like want to be cool with everybody. I really do. Like, I don't want Nazis or white supremacists to like be in my community, but they could certainly help the algorithm, right? They can certainly add to the views, right? I'll block somebody who is like talking shit like that, or like hates gay people or women or whatever, right? But sure, they can just listen. I don't have any problems with them just listening. Maybe they'll learn something, because a lot of them aren't mean or ugly. They're just very, very uneducated and illiterate. That G-Force will have those pilots hallucinating. Yeah, for real. That is true. That's fair. That's the other thing. Oh, because I know what he was talking about. He was talking about the alien stuff. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not like, everybody in my family makes fun of me because they think I believe in aliens now, like, completely. I don't believe anything. I don't believe that Centrum Santora sent some fucking delegates. Like, I don't think that there are like 5 different species of aliens called the reptilians and the grays and the Nordics and the no. Do I know the lore? Yeah, it's pretty fun to learn about it. Just like it's fun to learn about Game of Thrones lore. Doesn't mean I think any of it's true. Doesn't mean I think that people rode dragons. But the information as a whole collected and presented as a piece of data, even AI has said there's no way that any of this isn't true. Like, see, this is where you got to first start. If you want to understand aliens, this is the first part you got to start. The smartest people in the world all know there are aliens. They don't believe, they don't think. It's not factually correct, but the math suggests that it is like a mathematical impossibility for there not to be life. Now you got to think, what does life mean? Because you're thinking, oh my God, it's fucking green man ball. No, it could be microbiology type shit. It could be fungus. It could be a bunch of life happens in a variety of ways, and not all of them suggest intellectual life. Right now, obviously, a being that would be able to go from their craft and transport their entire physical self onto another one, that would be a highly advanced intelligence. But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there are things out there that move in a way that science cannot concur. Also, probably like a lot of you that think that, oh, there's like no aliens, that's her heresy and it goes against God and what God. No, that's fucking retarded. That's you taking other people's word of the Bible and not going and looking yourself. Because there's a book called Enoch, Isaiah's book, and where that came from, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not suggesting any of that's true, but you can't cherry pick what's true and not. You can't say, no, there weren't watchers in the sky that came down from a metal craft. Oh, but there was a virgin woman who'd never had sex and gave birth to a man. Yeah, you sound crazy. Here's what we should all do. We should all accept the fact that we don't know what is true in this world. We'll never know exactly how it works, and nothing will give us the answer to God in death until that time comes. So just enjoy life and just know that you'll never know everything. And just know that if you give your entire heart and soul and body to an entity or a group like Christians, Muslims, Jewish, Republicans, conservatives, liberals, you are at some point becoming a cult member, or you will at some point defer from the text and realize that all those institutions prop up a false narrative about their product in order to get people to engage. And then they try to what's the word? Like they try to gatekeep God and the afterlife. My thoughts, he's being honest, and production will improve. Shit, I don't remember that. I don't remember what you were saying. I requested debate about AEW WWE booking tomorrow, Mario. Okay, that works. Run my fate. I will. Wait, you want to do it on my show or on your show? I think I'm that good looking. Champ, I love it. I love it. You should consider yourself that good. I've been told I'm prettier than most bitches. Nah, I don't believe that. Here, you want to tell you something that's true? You want me to tell you something that's true? Y'all are going to think I'm lying. Y'all are going to think I'm talking shit. I don't care. I don't care. I've been told that I have the prettiest guy feet that a girl's ever seen. I've been told that multiple times. And here's the other part. These weren't at times where it's like, oh, a girl's trying to get something from me. I've been told this more times than not in bed the morning after stuff occurred. So I've been told I could actually have been a male foot model if I wanted, from a person that was actually in the business. I mean, not in the business of foot modeling, but she was a model. I mean, she was trying to get into the business of model. She was actually a photographer. And so anyway, yeah, that's a true statement. Y'all are going to hate. Y'all are going to talk shit. Y'all are going to think I'm lying. But I'm not. Why would I just make something up like that? Is weird. That's weirder. Mario's mom always told him he was her handsome little man. No, false. She always said that I was her best friend, but she only said that so that I would tell her things that nobody else knew. People would tell me stuff as a kid. It was weird. Now I know that it's called something where adults like give children like words and stuff, but TBR, Zuffa is inevitable, so a Zuffa boxing debate with me is futile. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I actually do think it's futile. I do think it's futile for two reasons. One, I don't think you're going to change Alex's mind about how much he loves him some Dana and UFC and Zuffa. I also don't think that you can go into a debate like that on good consciousness or, yeah, on good merit, on good faith alone. Because it's like, you're not going to get the. So it's like, what are we doing? We're just talking over each other or talking to each other, not listening. Also, I do believe Zuffa is inevitable as well. They are the Thanos of boxing. That's why the Nico thing, which we'll talk about in a little bit, didn't matter at all, because it literally didn't matter, because it literally is going to happen. Matt said, I am the inevitable. Death taxes, Matt Garces being the acknowledged one. That was ungodly long way to get to the point of another man consensually kissing. Sure it was, but I wanted to tell the story in a way that reflected the moment, because it wasn't like, to just say a guy kissed another guy without context is a weird thing, right? Which is actually what Alex did. Or no, he didn't do that. He gave us context. He just gave us the wrong context, but obviously he was making a joke. But the desperation in that moment, I wanted y'all to understand. The guys that aren't gay, that will do the gayest things in life, are the ones that are chasing pussy. I don't mean to say it like that, like so crude, but that's their mindset, right? These are fuckboys, and fuckboys will do whatever it takes to seal the deal. They are mostly, a lot of times, the scum of the universe. Unfortunately, as a man who grows up in a manly environment, which I did, you're going to have friends, or you don't have to, but you will come across people who are that way. And that is the case. So I just find it funny to me that in my life, the people that I've seen do the gayest things and be the maddest at the gayest people are the people that are usually either gay or don't get any girls at all. So yeah, again, I'm not saying you can have your opinions. I'm just telling y'all what my data shows, and my data shows you're gay. No, I'm just kidding. You should have checked his oil when he kissed you. His oil. Oh, funny. That's a good one. No. Well, next time we went to the movies together, I had poked a hole in the bottom of the popcorn and set it right here. No, I'm just kidding. When he kissed you, did you go full chub or only half? Zero chub. I remember feeling like I wanted to get out of there right away. I wasn't embarrassed. I was embarrassed for him. But as the moment continued and the silence, which was, I mean, I swear to God, it was like 3 hours, but probably no more than like 4 or 5 seconds. With every second that passed, I realized, oh shit, the stink of his desperation. Like, look, I'm going to say it this way. And you said, oh, you told that whole story to get to that one point. I was trying not to say that I could have definitely went home with like half of those girls. I'm not saying like at the same time. I'm saying like if I would have honed in based on how they were receiving me and my friend, that was my group of girls. Like, we showed up for him to play decoy, to play wingman, to play setup dude, to play Pippin to his Jordan. But when you fumble the ball so bad that I'm able to pick it up and do whatever I want with it, like, that's some crazy shit. So I was just really trying to get to that point. Is more like, he gay as hell. To be fair, Shawn and Triple H still kiss to this day. Yeah, exactly. And those were always funny when they did it. Those bouncers definitely called Mario the F word. No, they called me. Oh, fuck. They called me something else. It was a funny joke, though. It was Super Mario related, but I don't remember. That was like my bar in college. Everybody went to Roper's in Corpus because the drinks were like crazy cheap, and basically everybody would just get drunk and make terrible decisions. And so I didn't like going to that bar. I didn't like going there. I didn't like the vibe. Every time I went during college, either I personally was made to fight someone or put in a position of combativeness, or, and this was way more of the time, a friend of mine dragged me into something. Or like, I'll never forget the last time I went. It was the last college night I ever went to. Showed up. I told everyone in the car, guys, let's just not do this tonight. If they step on your shoe, if they spill a drink, I'll buy you the other one. If they're being a dick, can we just have a cool night and go to Whataburger after and then head home and watch fucking YouTube or fucking whatever. And it didn't go that way at all. It was actually terrible. Matt wasn't abused. He was just fought his place in the hierarchy. It helped build him character. The hell was that? What were we talking about? Were Matt's childhood abuses? No, I was playing. No, I don't even know what that was referencing. Taught, not fought. Oh, got it. Matt wasn't abused. He was just taught. Oh, okay. You beat the shit out of Matt so that he would act right. Got it. If you don't chew Big Red, then fuck you. Where's that from? From Talladega Nights. Yeah. No, it was definitely fuck me all season because I could not chew Big Red gum until I was like 15. I think I had a beer and finished it before I ever like willfully chewed a pack of Big Red gum. And honestly, beer tasted like shit. But when you're a kid growing up in Texas and your uncles hand you one, you got to pretend they taste good or they're going to call you a pussy. Me personally, getting with the girl with cigarettes is so filthy. It drives me crazy in a freaky way. I don't even smoke. Dude, Alex fills me for real, bro. Alex understands exactly where that he has definitely made out with an ashtray before. Cruz Montana is a cool name to me, better than Gunther. Yeah, but see, that's the whataboutisms right there. It's not that it's not a cool name. It's that it's not necessarily for him to have changed it. Like why change it is my question. Now, I know the answer to that. That's so that they can keep the money as it relates to his character, right? And that way, when he leaves, he's got to change it. The way that Adam Copeland cannot be called Edge, right? The way that Cody had to like fight for the name Rhodes, even though it was his father's name. Like, it belongs to WWE. WWE wants to keep it. So if Cruz Montana pops off, WWE wants to be able to say, hold up, we own you. Imagine if you could be the UFC, allow McGregor to go do his fuck about business, but still own the name, still own the rights, still get paid every time he does anything. Imagine that was the case. That is the case in WWE. That is the case for wrestlers. They're able to go out there and build up this character, build up this persona to the point that it is their face that fans recognize as related to that product, as related to that character. And yet they could take them out and put a fake fucking dude in there and call him the same thing. We've seen it with Diesel and Razor Ramon. For those that don't know, Kane played Diesel at some point. When Kevin Nash went to WCW, Vince McMahon said, we still own the names Razor Ramon and Diesel. We're going to just send out to anybody's. That is the care that Vince has for his wrestlers. That's how he sees them. They're not making them. I'm making them. And the few people that have proved that to be untrue happen to be the people that he's most closest with, right? Oh, he's best friends with Undertaker. Oh, he's best friends with Stone Cold and Shawn Michaels and all these other people, right? But it was mostly because he couldn't control their entities. Now, if McGregor, same situations, they don't want to create superstars anymore in pay-per-view form. They want to create superstars based on the UFC title. So it's the WWE title that makes Cruz Montana, not Mike Santana, the wrestler and the character and the man who put his shit into that name, right? I heard Tom and Zendaya don't even have a scene together. That's how hard is it just to have them smash on screen? Okay, great question at first, Alex. Can we have a serious conversation about this? Can you, when you have like really good questions, can you just like do the question and then copy and paste the joke underneath it? That way I could like do the serious thing and then make the joke, because it's like hard to clip both of them at the same time. Bravo. Very good job on that chat, on that comment. But you know, just maybe if you could do me a favor and like separate the crazy ass joke that you make. That is hilarious. It is hilarious. I'm not saying it's not. And I'm not saying it's not correct. It is very correct, I think. But you know, I would have loved to just talked about the Tom and Zendaya part. Here's the thing, that's untrue. Tom and Zendaya definitely have scenes together. I've seen a couple of bad non-rendered visual effects scenes from the movie. And I can tell you that they are in their apartment together at daytime. They are in their apartment together at nighttime. They're in the apartment together during a party that we've seen in the trailer. So there are scenes of them together. Them not being super like close together. Honestly, it makes sense based on the rumors I'm hearing that we are going to get a new MJ or Mary Jane or somebody else. There's going to be a new love interest in this next stage. And that could be ultimately how you get rid of Peter Parker, right? Because they're going to want to go to the Miles Morales stuff. And Tom has always said he wants to do for an actor portraying Miles Morales what Robert Downey Jr. did for him in Civil War and Avengers, right? And so he says he wants to do that. Let's collab so I can yell at everyone. Hell yeah, we could do it tomorrow. So Mario's a snake too. LOL. I'll explain the snake term later. All good. You know what happens when your grass stays, y'all? When your grass stays, Mario, you can't see snakes. Wait, you know what happens when your grass stays tall, Mario? You can't see snakes. Yeah, hilarious. You sound better not let you bitch play in the tall grass back in the mid 2010s. Hilarious. TJ Dillashaw. Nope. No, I'm talking about Tom and Zendaya. Oh, in the Odyssey. Oh, you've seen it, Alex? I didn't know you saw it. Oh, what'd you think? Was it good? Damn, they didn't have no fucking scenes. That's crazy, bro. I mean, they didn't need to smash on camera, but certainly a scene would have been great. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, that's whack. You know what I'm hearing? I mean, I don't believe it, but they're saying that the scene where Spider-Man crashes through the glass into the wedding is the same wedding scene from the drama, I think it's called, with Zendaya and the guy who played the Twilight vampire. What's his name? Batman? I forget his name. But yeah, they said that was it. I was like, dude, if that is it, that's crazy. It's like a whole new take on multiverse. All right, let's get into Raw. Where the fuck is my remote? Oh, no, dude. You don't have to, but you can if you want. I don't see it up here, but it's somewhere up here. Yeah, I know. Appreciate it. Let me do it real quick. My wife made chicken breast, grilled chicken breast. I mean not grilled, baked chicken breast with this shell macaroni thing that she found on Facebook. It's like a less fatter version. Like it's not like fat free or anything like that, but it's just like less. And then I forgot what greens she made. I don't think she made a salad. We've been trying to stay away from shit. Even though I want y'all to understand this, right? And I'm not saying this because I know she taught this to me. The salad lettuce outbreak listeria bullshit, or not bullshit, the listeria stuff that's going on. Y'all know y'all could just use baking soda and peroxide. No, not peroxide. Ash, what do you use on the lettuce to make it so you don't diarrhea? Vinegar water. Okay, forget everything I said. It's vinegar water. Vinegar water. So if you use vinegar water on your lettuce or fruits and veggies that are supposed to or that have been rumored to have the listeria outbreak on it and give you diarrhea, all you got to do is use that shit and it won't affect you. At least that's what she said and she's been doing it and I have not had diarrhea at all. In fact, it was like the opposite. I don't think I drank enough water last week. And this week I was like super constipated. Like to the point where when we went golf, I was like, "Oh, I'm going to have to shit." But I know not for like hours. So I'm good. And I literally like played that whole time and then shit after. Let's see. Okay. Aliens existed for first research, but the question is, have they? Oh yeah, okay. So like, yeah, fine, that's fine. I'm not suggesting that aliens have come to this planet and fucking blah blah blah. But like, I don't know, dude. Like, here's the thing: if you don't understand the argument, then it could be best served like this. If I argued there are no illegals in America, none. Everybody here is legal. There's not one person here that's illegal. And you say, no, that's not true at all. We have all this evidence and documentation. And I say, okay, well, show me an alien. Let's go outside right now. We'll drive around. Show me an alien. Show me where all these illegal aliens are that are from Mexico and Venezuela and Spain and fucking Morocco and all these places. Show me where they are. You couldn't, right? Because nobody walks around with a thing on their forehead or a shirt that says, I'm illegal, or I have a green card, or I'm not born here. Nobody does that, right? So you have to like look between the lines and you have to see, okay, well, certain people are gathering on certain days here for work. Okay, well, we're seeing that. We're seeing them work under the table. We're seeing the need for the ability to be paid cash under the table, undocumented. And so again, this doesn't suggest that I can look at them with their shirt or their forehead and say, there they are. But it does say that there are some aspects of this that are unexplainable. What are those aspects? Well, I don't know if you understand this or not, but crafts cannot go a certain speed. We have yet to even come close to figuring out how to go a specific speed that these things have clocked and have gone faster than. So it's not like supersonic or this is like ungodly, you know, on your way to speed of light type shit. Right? Still very far from it, but on your way, where we aren't even close to that, right? And then on top of that, you have these vehicles that are trans-dimensional. That's not what I said. Trans. I forget what they're called. But they're the vehicles that are able to fly in our atmosphere and go underwater. We knew these were around for decades. Pilots have been seeing this since the 80s and 90s. They've been seeing crafts that they've tracked with their eyes on radar that go into the water. That's not possible. That's not Russia. That's not China. Again, if you don't understand the science well enough to understand why that's not possible, why alien technology is literally the best explanation. That doesn't mean it's the explanation. There are other explanations that could be possible that aren't as good as that one or as likely. So it's like, don't come out and just be like, oh, well, this is blah, blah. Okay, fine. You can say there's no credible evidence that anybody's ever visited Earth, like as in like an alien touched down and got out. Fine. But to suggest that there is an evidence of some unexplainable mystery, then I'm sorry, you're dead wrong. You're dead wrong. You don't know enough about, and neither do I. I don't know enough about, flight and all that shit and what pilots are capable of and not to a degree. What do? I appeal to experts, right? And these experts, scientists, physicists, fucking pilots, they are telling me that you cannot go a million miles an hour and then have a 45-degree angle turn. The human occupant in there will be turned to soup. And the idea that these are drones and what are you talking about? Oh, so they're drones. So somebody's just found a way to completely get around physics. And it's just drones. That's stupid. I'm sorry, but it's stupid. And then the other part about it is this. We've spent billions and billions and billions to the point that a lot of people think it's around 1.5, 2.5 trillion that we've spent. We've spent billions in years, decades, but over this entire time, trillions. You think the American government is spending trillions on stuff that doesn't exist? That sounds crazy to me. All right, let's get into Raw. Talked about San Diego Comic Con yet? No, not yet. We'll talk about it later tonight. We're gonna be on for a while, guys. I don't know if I mentioned that, but we ain't going nowhere. Um, no, we haven't talked about, but we will. The takeover, as I'm calling it. It look, Disney had their Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con. It wasn't what I expected. I thought they were going to bring more. A lot of people have said, "Come on, what did you expect?" Blah blah. I mean, they announced Ghost Rider. I'm not saying I wasn't happy. I loved a lot of the stuff they did. I think it was great. They finally announced the Black Panther. I think they could have gone a little further, though. What I've realized is this: they weren't leaving San Diego Comic-Con because they wanted to focus on the work or the material and bring us the best version of everything. They were doing it because they're taking that road show and they're bringing it home. They're keeping that money under the table. See, everything that WWE and Disney and UFC and everything that we've been doing for the last 20 years online is slowly starting to be financially captured by the big boys. WWE radio is a scary thing for people like us because where do we go from here? Who supports this venture or this side of it if the WWE radio consumes everything? And just like that, the San Diego Comic-Con is now going to become a Disney Expo thing, right? Disney has their expo coming up in a couple months, I think, right? Whenever. And that's where they'll likely announce Judgment Day, Avenger Judgment Day, the X-Men movie. We'll probably get the cast. Here's what I do think we got without knowing. Here's an announcement they didn't give us. Every single X-Men they showed us that was on that stage is dying. I think that's why they were there. We've seen a lot of Beast. We've seen a lot of Nightcrawler. We've seen a lot of Monica Rambeau. We've seen her alternate mother. I forget what she's called. We've seen a lot of these people, right? I don't think they'd be showing them to us if they were like these pivotal people. I think they're trying to say, remember these guys? Hey, you know what it is? This is what Disney's doing in Kevin Feige. Hey guys, remember these toys that you love? These are like fun toys, right? Remember this toy goes pew, pew, pew. And look, this toy goes, rah, rah, rah. And then he's like, okay, now watch the movie. And then the big bad, I'm Doom. And they're like, oh, taking your fucking head off. Your fucking arm goes like this. Your head goes like this. Oh, now you have no head. It's a good tactic. Like, I like it. I think it's like a situation where you could be like you could go a lot of different places from there. But I honestly think they're all going to die. Everybody that they showed us, pretty much. I think the only one that doesn't die probably maybe is Red Guardian, but I could see them killing him too. Because it's weird, like Red Guardian's with the X-Men, but then he's not with the group that he was already a part of. Like, I don't know. What did I think about? Well, I haven't seen the trailer, but if you watch this show and you're part of this community, you know that I talked about that leak about 3 weeks ago, maybe. A lot of that footage was out. I found it on Reddit and a few other places. And it wasn't rendered totally. So it was like shit AI, or I mean shit video, like shit composition, because it wasn't finished. But it was real. It was very real. The scenes that were reported from San Diego Comic-Con, for the people that were able to see the other Doomsday trailer. And I should have said that. If you don't know, the Monday trailer from last week that came out on Doomsday, that was what they saw at the other event, CinemaCon, a couple months before. And so the one that we saw on Monday was that one. The one that they saw on Saturday was different from the one they showed on Monday, and will likely be the one we get next. In that trailer, what was described is a very Doomsday heavy narrative. So the way they've made it seem up until now, Marvel at least, is that there's going to be this giant effort from the X-Men, from the Marvel universe, Avengers, Fantastic Four. All these groups are going to team up, right, for the first time to stop this crazy invasion, right? Or I'm sorry, the incursion. And then at some point towards the end of the movie, you find out Doom was the one responsible for it all. That very much sticks to the lore of Secret Wars, right? In Secret Wars, Doomsday, or Doom is Emperor Doom, And when Reed and all these other guys come into the planet of Battle World from their vessels that kept them safe during the incursion, they realize that Doom has done this all intentionally. Everybody's forgotten where they're from. Everybody's forgotten the stories. And so Reed is like super pissed at Doom. And he's like, dude, why did you fucking do all this intentionally? Now, from this trailer, it seems like that is not how it's going to end. That is just only half of the movie. It seems like there is going to be this small portion at the very beginning where they're all working together under the instruction of Doom. But it now seems like somewhere in the midpoint of the film, or even a very early first act, second act climax, or a late first act, early second act climax, will throw us into the thralls of that movie, like for real, for real. There's a lot of people saying that's the way it's going to work, because that there are scenes of Battle World already that are going to be in Doomsday. And just so y'all know, the Time Runs Out comic book that Doomsday is based on, in that book, they, at the very end, is where Doomsday acquires the Beyonders' abilities to even make Battle World. So by the time you get to Secret Wars, and I'm talking about the Jonathan Hickman, the 2015, I'm not talking about the old Secret Wars, I'm talking about this Secret Wars. When you finally get to the Secret Wars, you're barely seeing Emperor Doom. You're barely getting the story as far as like what's happened and where is it coming. Everything before that was about setting up Doom and the incursions for what they were. But I mean, this is a really intricate thing, you know, guys. These movies are based on some incredible lore, and I'm excited, man. I really am. I mean, I wasn't thrilled at what we got from Comic-Con. I wanted more, especially because I figured this was the last year they were going to be at Hall H. Shout out to our boy Doomy as well, doing big things in the game. What's Doomy doing, champ? Hey, I told y'all. I said it. I said they should go Hell in the Cell. Brock is locking in Obafemi and all the cops. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. They would have done a much better job just letting him go in. Of course, this is to break the cage, right? He's going to break the door. I'm behind, guys, just so y'all know, if you just tuned in, which I saw we got a few people jump on. We're a little bit behind on Raw, but don't worry, we will get there. No, he's not going to swallow the key. Oh my God, please don't tell me that Brock Lesnar is going to do the dumb thing where in cartoons where they go, I locked you in. That is lame as shit. Hold on, real quick. He asked me if I saw the Marvel releases, I mean the Mattel releases from San Diego Comic Con. I did. They're dope. We could talk about them later. I have the wrestling fig website popped up, so we could go through them. I just real quick before we get back to Raw, I have to say this. I am fucking pissed. I am so mad about one of the drops. I'm gonna tell you, the British Bulldog versus Bret Hart, SummerSlam 1991 2 was the one of the most best matches of SummerSlam history, right? People to this day still have it on their top 10 list. And you know, this is like the fourth SummerSlam they ever had. So one of the best, right? They released the Bulldog that won that match like 2 years ago, like 2024, 2023, somewhere around that. And that fig, it was at Walmart for a while, had the British Bulldog UK flag that he wore around his wrist, and then like his wings, it would expand like that. They're making an Ultimate Editions now, meaning that I spent $28 on that one, and now I'm going to spend $40 on this one if I want it. And listen, fair game, fine. But what's pissing me off more is that not only is that the case, but now they're putting out Handicap Brett. Now, let me explain something about Handicap Brett. Handicap Brett is a wrestler who was in the Attitude Era, who was the transition to heel, right? He was a good guy forever, and then he became a big bad guy. And in between that was this moment where you were supposed to kind of feel empathy, but he was still a heel. It was one of the best Bret Hart out of ring work through his entire career, right? Everybody's, oh, Bret can't cut a promo, blah, blah. You go back to this era where he was in that wheelchair, these were the best non-wrestling segments in that era. Some of them were the best of the Hart Foundation's career, Shawn Michaels' career, Triple H's career. So they've never made this fig for obvious reasons, right? Or not obvious, but they're not going to put a wheelchair inside the thing. It's too much money to make. It's too much money to market. So yours truly, who wanted to pay homage to this version of Bret, who created the career of Stone Cold Steve Austin, I made it myself. So I bought the old Bret who came back. He has the old face, replaced it with one of my excess head sculpts from Bret that I have, right? Bought the wheelchair on wrestlingfigs.com. Even made this little nifty little knee brace for him, right? He's got the mic, even though it's not the Attitude Era mic. That's okay. Everything down to a wire, even with the shoes, which I replaced on the other thing with the shirt. Same everything. Now they're selling it. Now they're selling it for like $24. Paid like $60, $70 to make this whole thing, this custom. And now they're just selling it for 24. So what's bad about that? Are you shitting me right now? First of all, you understand I wasted my money making it, right? I wasted my money making it. What are you talking about? Nobody's gonna buy that shit from me. He's the co-host producer for The Last Stand. Oh yeah. I knew that. Yeah. Was that just, does that just known publicly? Because he told me about that a few months ago, but I thought everybody knew about it. Yeah, man. I haven't asked him for them to come on yet, but I think I'm gonna ask him here pretty soon. Listen, his boss loves me. You know what I mean? Or I wouldn't say love, but his boss definitely has appreciated my work in the past. So I think he's cool. Mario, did you see the biggest announcement from this weekend? Air Bud is back. Is it for real? Oh, that's whack. Air Bud was terrible. They fucked it up so bad. This is what I saw is back. Wait, that's the same. What the fuck? It's called Dugout Dads. We'll watch this before we finish everything. All right. This is first response. Oh, dude, did y'all see? I haven't seen this video. I just saw the thing. Did y'all see the Lindsey Graham shit? Yo, his team put out the last video of Lindsey Graham. Oh my god, bro. It's fucking nuts. This dude basically spends like 15 minutes jizzing all over Trump, the murder of innocents. Like, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. He's like, thank God for Trump. Like, really at the end, I feel like he thought Trump was some sort of like godly figure, which is scary to think, right? That these are the kinds of people that run our country, psychos. But yeah, he was like thanking God and like Trump for like killing people in Iran. It was crazy. It was disgusting. Honestly, it's disgusting. So if you haven't seen it, consider yourself lucky. But here's the other part. Y'all should start watching shit, guys. Y'all really should. Y'all really, really should. I know none of y'all saw the correspondence dinner. And if you did, you'd know that our president is probably the most senile president we've ever had. Lost his fucking mind there. Then spent his entire Sunday spamming AI slop. Did y'all see that? It was like every 3 minutes he was posting some sort of slop, AI slop. It was like war with Iran. He put out this Rick and Morty trailer that looked expensive. And you're like, wait, you're asking for 1.3 trillion to fight a war nobody wants. And you're also using like money to make it was crazy, dude. It was crazy. I wonder who will play adult Franklin Richards. That will rewrite everything at the very, very end. I don't know if they go adult Franklin Richards yet, though, Alex, because here's the thing: if you keep him like mid, like youngish teen, right, or like older boy, there's a lot you could still do with him, right? Here's the thing: I don't think you could go adult Franklin Richards until you kill off one of the Fantastic Four, if not both. And if you don't know Secret Wars story, I don't want to say this because I don't want to ruin anything. But let's just say that as it relates to Franklin Richards and those two Fantastic Four characters, they are used in a major way in Secret Wars, like in a huge way, in a way that without them, like the battle world wouldn't work. And I don't want to go into details. Let me just say this. Think about the power that the Thing has and the power that what's the brother's name? The Flamer guy, Flame On guy, right? Think about the powers they have, and think about if you were going to make a world and you had a being with unlimited power, what could he do with those two things? What are the two things you could do with a human rock and a human fireball? I'll leave it there because that's actually probably I shouldn't have said even that, but yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I definitely think that we get to an adult Franklin Richards, though. I seen that too. Mario, would you rather be hunted by the Mandalorian or by the Witcher? I would say the Mandalorian because it feels like he has enough of a heart as opposed to the Witcher, who I feels like more judgmental. Like I bet I could be like with the man, like with Mando, I could probably be like, oh my God, I have a baby fucking Yoda too at home. Yes, they're menaces, aren't they? And he's like, okay, you can go. They should keep him at the preteen age. I very much agree with that, Matt. I very much agree with that. Here's why. You can do more with the story. Because if you're an unlimited power being, but you're also a teenager, then you're a mess, right? Imagine our 13, 14-year-old selves or kids with unlimited power, right? These are the people that suffer from angst, social, shit. Like yeah. Mario, look up the Dugout Dads trailer. Oh, yeah, that's what we're about to play. That's what's on the screen. He just went down a rabbit hole. Exactly. You know I do it well.
Man, I can't believe we get to coach our own team.
What the fuck is this? This isn't the fucking Sandlot. This is fucking... These are rich people... These are rich people fields. You could tell by the way they got different size baseball with the softball and the soccer on rolling hills. Yeah. This ain't the Sandlot. Take us back to the hoods, champ.
Man, I can't believe we get to coach.
And they can't do that because fucking baseball costs too much money now. You got to be rich as shit in order to let your kid play. Man, that's why I swear to God, I wish I had a kid. I wish I had a little boy. Not even because I want a kid. I mean, I do, but I don't. But only because like I would just stay dirt poor and then make him the best baseball player in the world. And nobody could stop me because I would do everything right, because I would not have this little boy or girl as an extension of me. Right. And that's what all these other dads do. And that's why baseball, like I wouldn't even put him in shit. I would literally take him out every day, Monday through fucking Saturday, hit him 100 ground balls and then throw BP to him. I promise you he'd be better than every fucking player that is playing select ball right now. I promise you. Not because I'm such a badass, but because you're not really getting work in select ball. You're paying to play.
Coach our own team. I have been dreaming about this day since my kids were born.
Listen up, to all the returning coaches. Welcome.
I don't love Yaya. That's Yaya, right? Because he's like super jacked. He was supposed to be this nerdy little squints guy, but if he's still married to the blonde chick, that can work. He could be like, yeah, dude, she was smoking hot and I was this little virgin, so I had to get like jacked on fucking HGH in order to keep her.
Listen up.
Yo, bro, don't tell me black cracks. Don't come on here telling me dumb shit like black cracks, because you know it fucking don't. He looking like 12 as shit still.
To all the returning coaches.
Wait, that was Squints. That's Squints. Who the fuck is this guy then? Who's this guy?
Kids were born.
Who's fucking Batista right here? Who is this? Can somebody tell me who this is, please? He said, wow, 2 seconds in and we're crashing out already. I know, dude, but I'm just... All right, sorry. I'll watch. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Matt's right. Mex is right. Let's just finish.
Listen up. To all the returning coaches, welcome back. Say hello to our new coach.
I just want to thank everyone for including me. I'm looking forward to a great season.
Okay, come on, Ham. You were a monster basher. You were the white Yordan Alvarez. You were the white Jewish Yordan Alvarez.
I just want to thank
this is how you hit Fungo.
everyone for including me. I'm looking forward to a great...
Look at that. They're like, Ham, what happened? Did you get were you in an iron lung and stopped developing after we were kids? Because you hit like a
great
pit.
season, and I hope we can inspire these kids and fill them with a love of baseball.
Oh, shit. That's creepy as fuck.
And inspire these kids.
Dude, that's the little kid. First of all, is that supposed to be his brother that was older? He looks way younger. This guy looks like he's got 3 wives and kids that hate him now.
And fill them with a love of baseball.
I'm going to let this slide this
Wait.
time.
The love of baseball.
I'm going to let this slide this time.
Looking forward to a great
Wait. Who the fuck was left-handed?
season, and
Squints was not
I
left-handed.
hope we can inspire these kids.
Who are these lefties that were not in the original Sandlot? They better not be doing anything with those other Sandlots.
With the love of baseball.
I'm going to let this slide this time because you're new. But from now on, we're going to leave the politics at home. Understood?
No, I wasn't being political.
You just want to make sure everyone has a chance to play and has a good time.
Is that a radar gun?
The Bushnell Velocity 3000.
Fit play.
Damn, Bushnell. That's the real deal.
Model 5. Speed Demon 800.
Trash. This kid's trash.
Guys,
These kids aren't trash. They're
10.
Have you seen him hit? Jesus.
How was your first practice, Coach?
Topanga! Oh, they know how to get the old virgin millennials in. If I see Kelly Kapowski in a bathing suit washing cars, I'm gonna pre-order my tickets right now.
We're gonna need some ice. We're gonna need an EpiPen. 7.
What's weird is we haven't been introduced to a single kid yet, at all. It's all the adults. And why were the adult dads from the Sandlot taking Fungo? Shouldn't the kids have been? Also, if your kid is playing baseball and he has this haircut, just know he's going to be a follower and not a leader.
8, 9, 10, 11.
You lost a kid?
Dude, how do you lose a kid?
turns out losing them's the easy part. Is the whole finding them thing.
That's not what I meant.
Walk it off, Jodie Foster.
Oh, that's a little harsh.
Luke wants to play third base. He will play third base.
Shut up, Dak!
That was the hardest part of being a coach, dude, was having their parents come up to you and he wants to play third. He doesn't want to play left field. And it's okay, but he sucks at third. I know he might want to play. You know what I wanted to do when I was a kid? I wanted to be 6 feet tall. And the fact that I'm 5'6" and a half doesn't work for that sort of narrative. So I had to learn and adapt. And now I walk around with a big old swinging dick I'm 6 feet tall. And I'm not. I don't even have a big old swinging dick. I just act like it. And people would just believe you. And it's what would you rather do? Have your kid become Donald Trump, somebody who sucks balls and then has to tell you he's great, even though it's not true? Or would you rather him polish his best tendencies and best abilities? I think we all know.
I'm off the floor with those little wussies today.
We just lost 7 people from the live. I know they're all dads that do all the things that I just said. Damn, Topanga's jacked as shit, bro. Man, let me tell y'all right now. Y'all's childhood crushes will get their fucking ass beat to my childhood crushes. Let's just be real. Let's just start there. Let's start there. Topanga, Kelly Kapowski, probably most athletic teenager in all of what are they called? The upbringing shows, where they grow up. I forget what they're called. But in all those type of programmings, right? Saved by the Bell, Californication, or not Californication. What was the other one? California Dreams. Californication was the fucking MA rated show on Showtime.
Yeah, it's a little old.
When you're a kid, baseball is your
Oh, that's the same one he was wearing in the other ones. Also, I don't love that they're putting products in the thing. It's like suck a dick. Is that a mobile home in the hills?
life. But then one day you and your friends go out to play for the very last time. Only nobody knew it. Well, I have news for you.
Oh, that's the them throwing around the ball like the end scene in the Sandlot. Dude, who is this one? Because unless it's Benny the Jet, this doesn't make any sense. Also, why are all their gloves like old, like shitty Walmart gloves? That's the thing that bothers me in baseball movies. Like, if you played baseball, you know that at a certain level, when you've gotten good enough, you can't walk around with those gloves. You can't. Baseball is just as much a swagger thing as it is a talent thing. I promise you that's the case. And if you do not have the right, that's why baseball is so fucked up today, because if you don't have the right tools, they don't treat you seriously enough. And if those tools though are like the most expensive things now, it's bullshit.
That was not the last time.
Is it going well?
Have we met before?
Nah. Tip of my tongue.
When's the last time you played a game of baseball?
1993.
Play ball!
Thin ice.
Wait, what? Streaming on YouTube? Like just on YouTube, or is it going to be like on TV? Like, I mean, like YouTube TV or just like regular YouTube? That's weird. I will say though, it does make sense, because when you think about how some of the other nostalgic acts that have broken back into the franchise era of current society, and I'll use the one that I'm talking about right now, is Karate Kid. Karate Kid was put on YouTube, TV, whatever it was called. It was YouTube though. And people loved it, right? A lot of people didn't have YouTube though. So a lot of people didn't watch it. And by the time they got it sold and YouTube TV was done in the format that it was in at that time, Netflix bought it and it recreated the whole genre, and it's been a huge success. Came back with another movie. So I see why they're going this route. I do. Oh shit. I tell all the travel parents this: no matter how much money you spend, there's a kid in Venezuela that's hitting rocks who's going to be in the MLB. Yeah, no matter how much money you spend, your son's still not going to be that great. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's like people don't understand sports, and especially dads that failed at sports, right? Like, you don't become Ted Williams or Babe Ruth. Like, that's not the way things work. You don't just become LeBron James. The only reason LeBron James is LeBron James is because he had this raw talent that somebody recognized and put him in a situation where he could develop that talent. But 19-year-old, 20-year-old LeBron James wasn't good enough to be LeBron James. Not at all. Not even close. If they would have just stopped his development at 20, 21, 22, 25, he wouldn't have been the guy he is today. Jordan, same thing. We all go through those experiences that shape us. Trying to buy those experiences is the best way of never getting them, specifically, or at least authentically, I should say. So yeah, it's not that you can't, like, select ball kids, let's be honest, a lot of them ball out. A lot of the MLBers that are going to be in the majors in the next 10, 20 years will have come out of the select ball system. How good will they be? How good could they have been? By focusing more on the raw mechanics of it as opposed to the gameplay of it, right? Because playing the game for wins is only satisfying the ego of the adult coaches, right? The kids that matter in all of this don't get the development that they need and that could help them ascend to the next level, because the coach is too busy trying to win a T-ball game. Like, if you're trying to win a T-ball game, like actually coaching the game to win, dude, either you don't know shit about ball or more likely you're a huge fucking narcissist piece of shit that didn't play ball and nobody was friends with you and nobody wanted to play with you. That's probably what it is. You're a loser dad who lets their kid be an accessory for yourself, and you look at him like shoes or a watch. That's why I don't fuck with rich dads that have their kids in baseball. Fuck them dudes. They're gonna put their Richard Mille behind a bulletproof glass inside a safe, all of which is independently lit, right? So that when you open it up, the box is lit. And when you open the box, the watch is lit, right? They'll do that and treat that accessory 10 times better than they will their own kid, and how they accessorize them as, especially old baseball players, ex-baseball players, or like cops, or like people who have like blue collar jobs that used to be good at baseball or football or basketball. And they think to themselves, damn, I should be a millionaire. Now I'm going to make my kid go through all the stuff that I didn't get, and they're going to be better than me. Probably, maybe, but they ain't going to be as good as they could have been. Duh, it's called Dugout Dads, Mario. Yeah, I thought about that afterwards. I was like, well, it is called Dugout Dads, not really about the kids, I guess. I believe it's a YouTube series. It's not hard at all. It's my team. If you don't like how I coach, you can coach instead. See, easy fix. Yeah. But see, back then I was like 23 and such an idealist, right? Like, dude, some of these kids on my team that suck have enough raw talent that if somebody actually cared and worked with them, they could be better. So then having like parents come up to me and being like, oh, I want you to do X, Y, Z. It's like, it was hard, right? Because I'm a kid. And like today, I think I do a better job of explaining to people why they're ill-equipped to make the decisions, or ill-equipped in a certain genre arena, specifically compared to me, right? So like if we're talking like storytelling, or if we're talking like poker, or if we're talking like wrestling or boxing or something like that, there's a good chance you're not going to get me to shut the fuck up, because I know what I know. And so it's like, I don't know what you know, but I know that most people don't give a fuck about wrestling or storytelling. So the odds are I have the upper hand in this. But that goes both ways, because I'm not going to tell a doctor what fucking medical advice he should take, or a dentist how to fix his teeth. Like, of course not, right? So this idea that coaches are like the experts or like the knowledgeable ones is dumb. It's stupid. They are the ones that are trying. And so for you to come up with knowledge, why don't you come up to me with help? Why don't you come up to me asking, can I get you some water? Can I bring the kids some fruit snacks? Can I blah, blah, blah? Stick to your lane. I'll stick to mine. Because I'm literally trying to help your son be better than all the rich white, Mexican kids that are going to come into baseball in high school and already outrank your kid because they've been paying to play. Whereas I could make your kid better because I'm a better coach than those people. I know actually the fundamentals of hitting. Y'all laugh at Aaron Judge's fat ass old man white coach. I know what he's trying to do. I understand what he's trying to accomplish. It's not about everybody knows how to hit a ball that knows how to hit a ball. How do you teach somebody to hit a ball? What words do you use? What lesson plan do you instruct so that they get this point, right? You could tell kids squash the bug. That doesn't mean they're going to understand to throw their momentum from their lower half into their upper half using their hips as momentum, right? Like I used to be on the Boxing Voice, right? And this is why I probably won't buy peptides from Ness ever, right? Because like I know way more about the human body than he does. I know way more about exercising. I know way more about all that. And it's not because I know a lot, but because I know more than him, which is not very much at all, right? And I have a million different things I could tell y'all, a million examples. I'm not being dumb about this. I have a million examples I could give you. I'm just going to give you this one. Okay. And I have a million more far worse than this. Some of them not as bad, but this is the one that I knew was like, okay, it's not worth having a conversation with Ness about athletics, about athleticism, about working out. So I was getting ready for boxing, right? I was getting ready for my fight. I had already lost my other fight. So I started really training specifically for boxing, because that's not what I did the first fight. The first fight, all I did was continue to work out. Because remember, I'm the guy on the Boxing Voice that actually did work out. None of them worked out. They would work out at times to do something or for content. I worked out every day. I didn't take pictures. I didn't video because I was actually working out because I wanted to. So then when you get to a point where now I'm here on the Boxing Voice showing stuff that I do, videoing, right? And now they start making fun of the workouts I do, specifically hip thrusts, right? And you like Low comes on, calls me hip thrust Mungia, right? They thought that was a slur, or not a slur. They thought that was like a diss towards me, right? They thought they were being funny. What they were doing was admitting that they're all fat fucks. What they did was admit that they never played sports, that they don't understand the mechanics of hitting, of shooting a basketball, of throwing a football, of throwing a punch. See, their stupid brains stop at the visual imagery of what you're seeing, and then they try to copy it because they're dum-dums. I, on the other hand, seek out the coaches and the fundamentalists that have put together these things to understand it on a level that helps me better accomplish the lesson, right? Ingrain the lesson. That's how I operate. That's how I work. So when I'm hearing that, I'm like, oh, they don't understand how important the hips are. They don't understand how much torque you're supposed to. They don't even understand where power comes out. I honestly lost a lot of respect for some people on the Boxing Voice after that conversation. It was like, oof, you don't work out, champ, do you? You've never worked out. Like, you've never been like, you've never been on a football team or a baseball team or a soccer team or whatever. Like, you never worked out with a group of guys. Like, you've never been to that level. You don't know what it's like fucking squatting with dudes that are urging you to get your shit up and that you're urging them. Like, you don't know what that camaraderie is like. To be able to be like, I'm going to do whatever exercise in this gym. I don't give a fuck how gay you think it looks. I don't give a fuck how feminine you think it looks. All you're doing is telling me that you're a loser without friends, who's never worked out, sucks at fucking sports, and a dude who's 5'6" could be out muscle a dude that's 6'8". Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? So it's like, it was never a diss. It's not a diss. It's a sad thing. It makes me feel like, damn, I'm wasting my time having this conversation with people that don't understand it not even half at the level that I do, right? If you don't understand what hip thrusts do to the body to strengthen aspects of the body that aren't normally strengthened, if you don't realize that your hips and your abs are strengthened through every single squat or deadlift that you do, like, these are all exercises that incorporate the entire body. People don't understand that. Chest incorporates the legs, believe it or not at a higher level as you would using squats or deadlifts or something that targets the hamstrings. But believe it or not, chest will help you build your legs, and it'll help you build your abs. It'll help you build a lot more than just your chest and shoulders, right? Even your back gets a bigger workout sometimes than your chest does when you're targeting chest, believe it or not, if you're doing it right. So, it goes to that. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I do. So I'm just going to do what's best for the kids. As a youth coach, your only focus should be getting your kids ready for varsity level, not fucking D1, not the league. Understand your place in the rise of a player. Well fucking said, bro. Well fucking said. And it's the dads that want to be able to, or the coaches that want to be able to say, yeah, I was coaching that kid when he was 12 and now he's in the MLB. What do you think what obligation, what amount of responsibility have you given yourself for this kid's epic rise, right? Like that shit's ugly in wrestling. In wrestling, you see these kids get up there and they move up and they're in NXT and WWE or whatever for a while. And then you see their old fat coaches from their fucking local wrestling spot. Like, yeah, I made that kid. How? You were fat as fuck eating shit in the top, trying to rip everybody off for fees. What did you teach that kid? And even whatever he learned at that school, you think that he didn't learn more going to another place that's more highly, like, get the fuck out of here. I've networked with a lot of coaches, even in college. Coaches, they often hate travel ball kids because 80% of them aren't coachable. They only want to play certain positions, not open to change. Absolutely right. Just had this conversation with a younger cousin of mine. I told him, he says, oh, I like playing the infield. I don't like playing the outfield. I don't give a fuck what you like. I don't give a fuck. You're going to play all them sports, because if this is something you really love, then it's about getting on the team, and it's about getting on the roster, and it's about getting on the lineup. And that means play where you fit in. I didn't play at almost any defense my senior year. You know what I was? I was a DH. You know why I was a DH at 5'6", playing 5A ball with kids that were going to Baylor full ride, A&M full ride, UT full ride, U of H full ride? Because I studied how to hit the ball, and I knew how to hit the ball. And I knew that my short, small strike zone was very difficult for pitchers to hit in a way that painted corners, right? If you were going to throw to me, the odds are you were going to give me beepa. You know what I mean? You were going to give me that fucking candy. You're going to give me that bubble gum, whatever fucking words you want to use. That shit was called beepa where I was from. You know what I mean? And when you would give that beepa, I'm a fucking beepa that shit right back. He hung it, I bung it. That's the way it worked where I'm from. You know what I mean? And so it's like a situation where I used my perceived weaknesses as an advantage. You know what I mean? But I'm smart like that. I would love 2 seasons with me and you coaching the same group of raw talented kids. Guarantee what you know what I would rather have than coaching. I would rather have just like a facility where they could come every day. Not just because the money's way better, but because I could work with them raw, like uninhibited, right? That's the best way. Game time shit is very difficult because you don't want to give them an unfair idea of things. What's your position on the Nico Zufa dynamic? Do you think he fights for them soon? I don't. Hold up. Wrong, Mario. Wrong, Mario. Ness has AI. He has figured out entire science behind peptides in the human body, and his guy says he's right. You're right. That's right. I'm wrong. You're right. Exactly. Tell all my boys when the coach, varsity head coach, gives you an opportunity, you take advantage of it, perform well, and I promise he'll give you a shot at the position. Exactly. The only time you should ever be telling your coach that you don't want to do XYZ is your senior year, you know, and that's when you should be focusing on whatever sport and or position that you feel is going to give you your best shot at the next level. Okay, I really got to fast forward now. So ooh, Heyman's mic crashing out. From the state of Maryland. I thought they were in Los Angeles. Oh shit, Ryan Garcia and Danhausen collab. Wow, we just jumped the shark in front of our eyes. Are you serious? Fuck. Dude, Ryan Garcia is desperate to make this Conor Ben fight. Holy shit. Wow. Ryan Garcia's a heel. Yes, because he's a heel in real life. Oh, I love this. I love this. You know what? Ryan Garcia and Dom should start a faction called it should be called the Mexican Metal Teeth Kids. So this is all the kids that were Hispanic that grew up in America that had silver teeth, right? They turn into kids like Ryan, they turn into adults like Ryan Garcia and Dom. Again, this is kayfabe, right? I'm not hating on nobody. I'm just saying this as a character standpoint. This is beautiful. God damn it, Ryan, you fucking idiot. He texted me during that bullshit. Holy shit, Ryan heel with Dom. Oh, wow. Ryan is a heel. Very smart. Floyd also was a heel in WWE. He was, but they didn't really book him that way. Remember, like, Big Show is kind of like authoritative bully, and then they had, like, Floyd kind of stand up for himself. Although you're right. He was, like, heel-ish. They can be the new filthy animals. No, dude. They're the Silver Teeth Kids. This is the perfect fucking faction name. The Silver Teeth. How about the Silver Teeth Spicks? Ooh, fuck. Shouldn't have said that. I can say that, but you can't say that. Don't say that. How about the Silver Teeth Suckers? Nope, that sounds Booker T-ish. The Austrian Boys. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. First of all, clip that. Second of all, that is actually a really good faction name. I'm not going to lie. It would lean into the bad guy stuff. But remember, Mex said that, not me. So when Ryan Garcia sees this clip, just know that I'm in favor of the Silver Teeth Kids as a faction name because you Both you and Dom look like silver teeth kids. September 26th, UK, Darren Till versus Yoel Romero. That's actually a decent fight. I like that fight. I think Darren. Oh, BKF's. Oh, shit, bro. Who wins that? Honestly, I think Darren Till's better, but I think Yoel Romero is more cut out for bare knuckle. Yo, I loved it, dude. First of all, bare knuckle fight. That's crazy because I would say Darren Till's probably the better fighter, I think, overall, but I think I would favor Yoel Romero in this because this is what I told you, Alex, when we had that conversation about Keyshawn going to bare knuckle or somebody else that's a badass boxer. I don't think they would rack up an undefeated record. Not because they're not the better fighter every time they go in the ring, but because there's so much about bare knuckle that depends on luck, that depends on your opponent's mistakes, depends on a lot of factors that aren't really controllable and don't come down to skill. In fact, if you saw the fights, and shout out to 702 Man Cave Vince and his nephews, you know what I mean? The Vargas bros. But man, that fight was crazy. My man got pushed out of the ring, like fake air humped, and then came back and knocked the dude out. I'm sorry. It's just like a lot of just crazy shit. Mario, check the group chat. IFW? What the fuck? Holy shit, bro. That was crazy. That was so crazy. No, he gave me that same shit last time. They didn't like what I said about it. Oh shit. All right. So Ryan Garcia coming in, bro. If you're just joining us, Ryan Garcia turned heel on WWE TV just now. We'll run a clip real quick. Let me just see if it's synced up. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. We are young. We are gay. Nope, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. See us right, live all right. Bow, 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 bow. This will forever be the Clueless song for me. I don't care what anybody else says. And we are young. Okay, so oh shit. Okay, so real quick, I do want to go into what Alex was asking earlier about the Nico Ali Walsh stuff. If you missed it, Nico Ali Walsh was at last night's Zuffa card, and it is prevalent because he has been an adamant opposition of Zuffa and their continued effort to rid boxing of the current Muhammad Ali Act and how it stands today. While they are trying to continue with the Muhammad Ali Act, they're trying to do it with the same name under completely different premises and under a completely different guise. Where this is the idea of the Ali Act was to help boxers. This is not the same premise, not at all. This isn't to help boxers. This is to help Zuffa, the UFC, TKO, Dana White, those entities. It's to help them succeed in boxing, right? The way that they plan on going into the world of boxing and operating is currently illegal, is currently against the Muhammad Ali Act. So for them to undo the Muhammad Ali Act and promise that they'll produce a world that is much more financially beneficial to fighters, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Why would you? You know what I mean? What it will do is raise, if it goes through and everything works out the way they want it, will raise the profile of Zuffa, which could lead to more stable paydays, maybe more like concrete checks and what you're going to make. It doesn't lead to an automatic raise in money and how much you're making. And anybody saying that is either on the payroll of Dana and TKO or just stupid. And so when I sit here and I tell you guys that two things are true, okay? Two things are true. One, Zuffa is trying to change the rules so they can succeed, not boxing, not specifically fighters, right? I'm not saying that that's not going to work to better fighters' lives and or money, but I am doubtful of it. Here's the other thing. This is going to happen. They're going to change the Muhammad Ali Act. It's all but done. And I've said this before. I've said this the last year or so. Laws are not changed through the will of the people. They are changed by the political nature of that group, right? So for some people in the world, it is a must that America support Israel in a very specific way, right? And they don't care about those people that are pushing for that, they don't care about unemployment in America. They don't care about unaffordability in America. They don't care about how much our corn and chicken and beef costs. They don't care about gas prices raising. They don't care about anything like that. And they don't have to, right? These are people that have their own agendas, and their agenda is specifically to rally behind Israel and rally against the Muslim world that, doesn't vibe with it. And then there are people whose only thing is abortion. And then there are people whose things are like drunk drivers, like MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. That's an acronym for them, right? So everybody has their own little proponents and their own little stuff. This is TKOs. This is Dana White's. This is Turkey's. This is Zuffa. This is Nick Khan's. This is Endeavor's. And theirs is to make their world better. And the way that they're going to do that, and the way they've gone about doing that, is positioning people in very specific places, making political alliances, and then following through. Ted Cruz was going to sign off on anything. He probably didn't read shit about the law. He has no fucking clue. And you can tell by the way that some of the questions he was asking, some of the inquiries he was making, he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. I could give you a list of 25, 30, maybe even 50 people that would have been better equipped to understand and communicate the rationalities. That's not what they want. They don't want you to understand what's happening. They want you to buy their version of the propaganda. Similarly, Oscar De La Hoya wants you to do the same. He wants you to buy his propaganda, the propaganda that boxing might not be great, but it's at least works better. No, not true. It's broken. It's broken in many ways. I don't think Dana's here to fix it. I think he's here to fix it for himself. But the absolute truth, if you've listened to any of my rant, know one thing, just one thing. This was all the Muhammad Ali Act has already been changed. It was changed before they had that stupid fucking hearing. It was changed before any of the media started to get wind of it. It was already changed because they've already put the necessary pieces in play. I don't like living in that America. I don't know about y'all, but I don't like living in America where it says, hey, if you're nice to these people and you suck off them on publicly on media and you make them sound like they're the best things in the world, then they'll do anything they want. They'll do anything for you, anything at all. You just call in that favor. And we've seen this forever. We've seen this as it relates to medicine, right? And the pharmaceuticals, right? We've seen this as it relates to the stock market. And we've seen this as it relates to housing. We've seen this before. People with their special interest groups, right? They have a vested interest in this stuff and they go full throttle. But you can only do that if you have the pieces in play. You have the friendly senators and congressmen in a White House and everybody who thinks, you know what, that guy stand up. He's good. Dana did that. Nick Khan did that. Turkey did that. They've been doing that. And while Oscar and all these other people were fighting over random contracts because they would rather deal with stars as opposed to creating new ones, or trying to, they got the rug fleeced over them. This whole time they got the rug fleeced over them, right? So I don't feel sorry for Dana. I don't feel sorry for Oscar. I don't feel sorry for Top Rank. I don't feel sorry for any of those groups because they've allowed boxing to be a broken entity as it fit their vestige, as it fit their narrative, as it fit their way of best making the most money that they could. So I don't care. They can go by the wayside. I'm not rooting for any promoter to be ripping fighters off. Whoever's going to rip them off is going to rip them off. All I can do is enjoy the fights and talk about what I see that looks wrong when I see it. As it relates to Nico Ali Walsh, understand that was a PR move done specifically by Dana and TKO and probably Nick Khan. They said, oh no, we forgot to do the one thing that everyone does when it comes to a famous law. When it comes to a law or a ordinance or whatever, it doesn't matter. When it comes to something that is a law or whatever, you are going to have people against it, right? So what you do typically in politics is you get the support of the name beneficiary. So in this case, Muhammad Ali is the name, right? But we've seen this before, right? Like, so like if there was like a Bruce Springsteen law or something that says you got to pay every roadie a minimum wage. Let's just say that, right? It's made up, but let's just say that. And we go 100 years into the future and they want to change it. The first thing that you'd want to do is get the support of Bruce Springsteen and the estate, right? Or the family, whoever's left, right? Assuming Bruce is long gone. In this case, Muhammad Ali is gone. So what they should have done is gotten the support from the Ali family to say, yes, this is the route. I think they knew they wouldn't be able to do that, right? The Ali family is one of the few families that probably understand the law a little better than most. And so they were never going to come on board and say, this is a great idea, turning our father's name into, or our family name into a means of helping yourself. Like, so them inviting him on is PR. It's just public relations. This is done. This is already done. They're not trying to convince anyone. They don't give a shit if Ali or any of the family gives a shit about what they're doing is right or wrong, but they do care about making you believe they care. They do care about the optics of what it looks like. See, Donald Trump did a great job of fucking this country up by saying, oh, you're on that side, so you're the enemy. And that causes people who don't know shit to just say, oh, you just hate because you're hating. Oh, Trump derangement syndrome. How deranged would it make you if a senile old man was shitting his pants every day in the White House when he told you he was going to do all these different things that he didn't do? I don't think it's derangement syndrome. I think it's how retarded are y'all, and how long do we have to wait for y'all's retardation to, stop being such a hindrance on your stupidness? And so I see here, they're already done. TKO's done it. They have gotten the law changed, even if it hasn't changed yet. And so when that day does come, because nobody's going to get rid of Ted Cruz in the amount of time they takes, nobody's going to stop the TKO pack that fucking bought out a Democratic senator and congressman or woman and a Republican or right-wing congressman outside of Ted Cruz. What is done. And what they're doing now is trying to paint a picture that says, here we are, and what we're doing is okay because we're being transparent, right? We let Nico Ali Walsh come on and say his few words on air. See how not scared we are about it? See how open we are? Yeah, you're open because you're not fucking telling the truth, you fucking liars. You're open because you stuck a fighter who knows nothing about the history of the sport on air. Why don't you send me there? Give me the chance to prepare 5 minutes. And I fucking swear to God, you get fucked up. I swear to Christ, you get fucked up. I will leave that fucking Zuffa building, everybody. And not because I want them to fail, but because I want them to tell the truth. That's it. I just want them to be honest. Tell us that you want to be the NFL, and the only way to be the NFL is by killing everybody else and becoming a monopoly in the same way that WWE did. Raising a bar to the point where you're the only one and no one else can catch up. That's not competition. That's not America. That's not capitalism. That is a monopoly. And so at the end of the day, you can be a monopoly in America. That's actually not illegal. There's plenty of them, right? And we almost had another one with the fucking, streaming wars. But don't sell me something to my face and try to pretend I'm stupid or try to pretend I don't understand. Don't come into my sport that I've been dealing with for almost 20 years, 10 of it professionally, and try to tell me I'm wrong. Try to tell me what's up. Dana doesn't even know who the fucking fighters are. Like, eat a fucking dick. He doesn't know shit about boxing. Trust me. What he does know about is promoting. What he does know about is politicking. What he does know about is crushing the competition in favor of excelling your product. Not saying it's wrong. It's an American thing. I think it doesn't lead to the best product. I think we're going to be the ones that end up suffering, and we already have. We should have already had Jai Opataya and David Benavidez. And if you want to know why we're not getting them, the main place to start is Dana's inception into the sport. Everybody wants to say, oh, David's ducking. Dana didn't have to come into the sport. Dana didn't have to further separate this business, but he did. And he has every right to try. And I have every right to tell the truth. And the truth is, boxing fucking sucks way more when everyone's split up like this. Dana's done nothing but to make boxing worse. Again, not saying it's his fault, not saying he doesn't have the right to try. I'm just saying that if you are going off of the words he's saying about making boxing great again and all this stuff, he's lying. He's not telling you the truth. So what would you buy, right? Me, the guy who's just telling you the way it is with zero money being made from anyone that has any stake in this, or the guy whose entire bankroll is finessed into this whole situation? I think that I have probably a little more reason to be believed, because there's no skin off my back. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to watch everything. Boxing started from corruption. That corruption is being ended by corruption, in which will stop boxing corruption that originated from the mafia once and all. Paradigm shift, not pretty, but efficient. Okay, I hope this wasn't about Zuffa. Maybe I said something else that you're commenting on, but boxing started from corruption. That corruption is being ended. Okay, you're gonna have to stop right there. In what way is it being ended? Why is it ended? Because you can't just say Zuffa's coming and Dana's coming, and so corruption is ended. You understand that corruption exists in everything, medicine, fucking plumbing, fucking fixing cars and mechanic stuff. There is always corruption. Why on earth would you give godly, divine, spirited will into Dana? Like, why would you have the belief that he is more nice, more godly, more cool, more rational, works more with people, cares more about it? Like, why would you give him all those tools when he's never shown it? To me, it just seems like you're saying, well, I don't give a fuck if boxing's corrupt or not, as long as Dana's doing the corruption. That's what it sounds like. Because there's literally, give me one way that the corruption's ended. Give me one way that it will end. Here's all I know. And maybe this is the part that is not coming through. So let me explain it like this. You understand that corruption doesn't end by just giving somebody all the power, right? In fact, that's a way to make corruption skyrocket. That's a way to make sure corruption does happen, right? It's not, it doesn't work that way. You don't just say, oh, we're going to trust this one guy. Is it easier that way? Absolutely. And that's why I think a lot of people fell for the Trump shit, right? It's much easier to say, hey, let's listen to the guy that's saying all the right stuff, as opposed to actually look into his background, his political nature, and do the hard work of studying it. It's way easier to just point at someone and say, I like the cut of his jib. I like his vibe. I'm going to go with him. Cool. Doesn't make you right. And when you say big words like ending corruption, oof, you got to come with something more than just the vibes for that, Alex, because that's a big statement. You're saying that Dana is more pure of heart or more reasonable or rational than anyone else in the world and in any other business ever? Again, because corruption works on every basis. To suggest that Dana ends corruption is to suggest that he has some sort of power or benevolence and care beyond the monetary value of money and capitalism. I don't think that's the truth. I think he's a businessman, and I think he's going to do what's best for business. Corruption will never be ended. It is legal in certain ways and illegal in other ways. Be careful with that word. I'm just saying. I want Zuffa to succeed. I love boxing. I don't care where it's on, but I don't want monopoly, and Dana and Zuffa's team cannot create stars. They've proven that. Look how they have to break the glass on Conor. Yeah, absolutely. And this is perfectly said, I think. I would love for Zuffa to succeed. If success means boxing is all under one hole and everybody's making what they're supposed to make, but that's not going to happen. That will never happen, because those things aren't grounded in specifics. No, what does it mean to pay a fighter fair wages, right? And so then we're going to let the billionaire who makes money off of those fights decide how much it's worth, how much they're worth? That sounds crazy. That sounds like somebody who says that's okay doesn't understand how Coca-Cola worked, or how Target came about in Walmart, or how the movie business thrived, or how food in this country was mass produced and stuff like that. Like, if you don't understand that regulation and rules have been what's kept people from polluting the planet with their bullshit, literally, I don't know what to tell you. You know what? I would believe Dana wants the best for the world, for boxing, and to end corruption. If you were to come out and be saying, like, I want an independent panel. Like, I want an independent panel to be able to say these things and those things. But he's saying he wants Zuffa. He wants the people making the product and producing the product to tell you what it's worth in every aspect, right? That's like the cell phone people telling Nigeria and Africa what their minerals are worth that are so precious to make these cell phones and these cards and these chips, right? They're going to tell you, I'm going to tell you as Apple what it's worth. Then I'm going to tell the consumer what I paid for it. And then we're just going to all trust me. I think it's just like giving trust to people for no reason. I mean, that's cool. You could do that. I don't know. I've made friends throughout my life, with the vibe test too. But it's like, I've known them in real life. Like, I've kicked it with them. They were at the barbecue. We went to the bar together. We go pick up girls together, whatever, right? I didn't just see a dude on TV and be like, yeah, I like the cut of his jib, bro. I drink beer with him. Bro, I'll tell you right now, Elon Musk would fucking suck to have a beer with or to get high with. Trump would fucking suck to have a beer with or get high with. No more objectively. You are a prime example of TDS. You turn everything into a political anti-Trump analogy you've recorded. But see, this is what I'm saying, Mex. Yeah, because it's all politically corrupt. Like, if you don't understand why he shouldn't have been president in the first place and how he tried to steal the election, that's your fault, champ. That's not mine, right? If you don't understand how law works, that's your fault, champ, not mine. You're the guy who came on and said James Tallarico is going to turn everyone trans, and then also didn't know how the fucking governorship of a state works. You don't just elect a congressman or a senator and they're fucking king. And that's the problem, is a lot of y'all still think that's the way it works. You don't understand what makes somebody deranged until you understand the system that's been broken, right? I would be deranged if the law, if government came out tomorrow and said raping kids is cool. I would go deranged. I would go deranged if tomorrow they said guys like Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, they're just cool guys, so they can molest and get away with it. That's okay. I would get deranged if a person who calls themselves a Christian, something that I know of, see, and this is the part about you, Mex, that I don't understand. The fucking Trumps, and maybe you just don't watch the news. Maybe you watch your thing and that's it. And that I could believe and that I could see. Because do you understand that the people that call themselves Christian, the Trumps, the people that got all the evangelicals and all that, they've been trying to get Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate out of jail, out of trouble, right? They dropped the rape charges and the child prostitution charges that they had on them at the behest of Trump White House. Same people that were the lawyers of the Tates. Did you know that Barron Trump has an amount of back and forth exchanges as it relates to women and other proprietaries? Did you know that he got in trouble, or not in trouble, but he was in the news, Barron Trump, like several months ago, because he called 911 in France or some crazy shit because he learned of a girl that was being exploited and tried to save her, and it all came out? Where do you think he got that from? Where do you think all these things are mixed? You want to call this TDS like it's actual Trump? No, it's because I understand what's going on. I don't want kids raped and then people saying it's cool. It's not. And so the idea that you can't understand or know how far the system's been broken, that's not my fault. That's not my problem. Like, I watch baseball, and I know that you've gotten pissed about the umpire calls. Why? It's just change. It's just change. Or is it to you that this is something deeper and it's hurting the very fabric of the sport to the point that you can't even recognize the sport anymore if we get to a point where it's just computers, right? So that's the point I'm making. I'm not deranged. I understand the score. I understand the way the sport works. It's y'all that got to catch up, because I understand this already. So I know how big of a deal it is for two president's sons to acquire a drone company that's worth like several million and then bring it to $1 billion evaluation. If you don't understand the corruption in that, then why were you pissed about Burisma? And I'm not asking Mex this because I don't even know if he was pissed about Burisma or even what he understands about Burisma, but why were you so mad about Hunter Biden? Why were you so mad about the Bidens? If this is Trump derangement syndrome, then it's based on the fact that I'm playing Monopoly with 2-year-old kids who just want to see the dice roll and just want to move the pieces with their hands. That's it. That's why it feels like to you maybe like Trump derangement syndrome. But in the end, what it really is just having a clear understanding of how this country is supposed to work and what the safeguards are supposed to be. And when a person can come in and fucking just dismantle them, the smartest people aren't the people that are just chill about it or like, oh, I don't understand it. So then it's like, you've known me for a long time. I crash out on certain stuff, but you also know that I let certain stuff go. You also know that I'm not combative in any way when it comes to people's opinions, because this isn't an opinion. It is a fact that Trump is one of the most deranged, senile presidents we've ever had. Maybe the most, if you paid attention to this past weekend. See, that's the other part about it. Did you see the fucking show? Did you see it? Did you see what happened? Did you see fucking the awards being given out and what happened? Like, dude, that guy is crazy. That guy should not be running our government. He said that he wanted to wipe out and eliminate an entire civilization. If you don't get why that's crazy for the president of the United States to say it, then you need to get rangement syndrome. Rangement syndrome is a syndrome for which you have to cast out your range of knowledge beyond the echo chambers, beyond the self-fulfilling prophecies that are social media, and get into the crux of it, right? I believe one of the most criminal Democratic presidents in the world was Obama, and all the murders he did with when it comes to drones, right? The reason it doesn't sound like I have Obama derangement syndrome is because none of that's even an issue. I mean, it's not that it's not an issue and it wasn't bad. It's that we're far beyond that. We're so far past that, right? That's like you bought a new house, the internet's not working, but before that, the toilet stopped working, the hot water stopped working, the disposal stopped working. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about at this point when we say Trump derangement syndrome? Is it that we should just be okay with the stupid shit because everybody else doesn't understand it? To me, I'm helping y'all to see, well, maybe I should look into this myself. Maybe I should see what he means when he says he tried to steal the election, because I don't think you understand that. If you did, I think you would say, like I believe, this man should be taken out immediately. Not like that. I meant like the people that have the powers and the laws to remove him from the presidency should do that. They should have done it a long time ago. And any person that considers themselves conservative, Republican, or Christian has no leg to stand on, other than they're dumb, they don't know the way things work, and they want things to be the way they want them to work, right? Because that's the populist idea is broken, isn't it? Like we said, oh, we voted for this. Okay, but 70% of Republicans have switched on him. So like, did they vote for this, or was he told he was going to do something, or did he tell everybody he was going to do something else, lied, did the other thing, and now we're supposed to be just chill with it? Let Sean Zettel have 5 minutes on air. Oh yeah, that would be better. Sean Zettel would be better. Connor wasn't breaking glass. New stars emerging every month. What stars? Tell me. It's not that I'm disagreeing, but I think that stars is a very strange word. That's a segmented sort of situation, right? And you have to account for that, right? You have to account for that. So is Sean O'Malley a star? I would say yes. You would probably say yes. But what kind of star is he? Is he a Conor McGregor level star? Is he even a Jojo Diaz? I mean, what's his name? Henry Cejudo star? Is he even a Mighty Mouse star? I don't know. All I'm saying is that star means something different today in the UFC, and nobody's even coming close to the GSP level, the Conor McGregor era, even the BJ Penn era. There's definitely not new superstars, Alex. The UFC has two big names, and that's it. Yeah, I'd agree with that. They have two big names, but they have other stars. It's like, again, like, look, Dragon Lee is a star, right? He is like on the bottom of the list in terms of who matters in WWE. No, I thought Roman was supposed to be on. TKO has pull when Randy Fine and Elon Omar, complete opposites and enemies, agree on a build together. And first of all, Elon Omar is not at all agreed to do anything. And Randy Fine on the other side is a hired guy. You're talking about a guy who would fucking start telling everybody that, men should be gay if Trump came out and told him to do it, right? I mean, they don't have this is my point, right? It's like, oh, what's Trump derangement syndrome? Here's what Trump derangement syndrome means to me. People who are mad that Republicans do this, Democrats do this because they're based on certain names, and now it doesn't matter. Now it's, what does Trump tell us to do? That's what we'll do. To me, that's worse than Trump derangement. That's Trump, I'll suck your dick syndrome. And I think that's way worse. Nah, Jai got that Ecuadorian shook. Wait, what? Nah, Jai got that Ecuadorian shook to the core. David don't want any smoke with the guy that is at his same perceived skill level. I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to even entertain that debate. Not because it's not a good one. It is a good one, actually. Well, the reason why is because it doesn't have anything to do with my point. I don't disagree. But I don't agree that that's the main facet. And I don't agree that we can hold him to that because you can't read you got to read the room is what I'm trying to say. See what I mean? Prime example of TDS. You didn't even have to read the first comment to do it. I don't know what that means. The first comment. I don't know. Yeah, but okay, look. What can I say? Okay. If I tell my nephew at 5 that Santa is not real and he doesn't believe me and he crashes out about it, fine. If 5 years later I tell him he's not real and he crashes out even harder and tells me I don't know shit, fine. If at 15 years old I tell him that Santa's not real and he crashes out, now I'm starting to be like, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe I'm not the dick telling the kid that they're Santas or not Santas. Maybe they're part of a process for which you're convinced Santas are real. So what do I do in that situation? How do I explain to people that I believe are rational, people that I believe have human intellectual knowledge, but don't have the understanding or education on what's going on, right? Again, so I'd say like, okay, and we can't do this now, but like, let's say we had the argument over, did Trump try to steal the election? There is no argument. There's no debate until you've gotten to the point in your understanding that he literally tried to steal the election, literally. And then you get to what does our government mean? What does democracy mean? What do our voting rights mean? Then you get to a point where you see America's very different, right? MAGA hates America. That's not me being dissociated or deranged. That's me looking at the pieces and waiting for somebody to tell me different. Mex, we had a conversation like a year ago, maybe like 6 months ago. And I had said, there's like, if you're still MAGA, you're either getting paid to be it or you're just stupid. And I said, you can tell that by the fact that there are no MAGA commentators left that are smart at all or even good. And any ones that have long talked shit about the president at this point, right? You said there were still some, and I would argue there are less today than there were back then. So the idea that you can have a science or a philosophy that tries to propagate that Santa Claus is real, it's going to frustrate people. It's going to frustrate people to no end. I can't keep telling people that green is green and red is red and then having them coming back and saying, no, they're the number 4 and 7. I don't know what to tell you at that point. Okay, Mario, let the DSA choose the next president. Also, let's see if Eddie, Oscar, Al, and Frank can deliver for the next 5 years to show how much better they are than Dana. Yeah, okay. This is a great comment here because this helps me very much. Well, first of all, the DSA thing. How about this? Instead of having somebody choose, how about we stick to what it means to be America and give everybody the right to vote? How about that? How about we make voting accessible and a way that everybody can do it? Like as easy on your phone to do it. Why don't we get to that place? Because the tech is there. They just don't want to spend the money to develop it. See, all this running around and trying to fight because you want your side. And I'm not saying you, Alex, specifically, but like, the Dems want their side to be right. The Republicans want their side to be wrong or right. It leaves y'all with a limited capacity to think, right? The idea to say, oh, let's let these people choose. And obviously Alex is making a joke there. Or like, let's let it happen like this. Why can't y'all just say we should have everybody vote, whether they're poor or rich or black or white or Mexican? This idea that, oh, we're just going to, make a $50 voting tag for people so they can have voter ID. Do most people want voter ID? Absolutely. But even more people don't want voter taxes, right? And a $50 ID is a lot for a guy who has a fucking shit job and is taking care of 3 kids. And at the end of the day, that's his responsibility, right? But that voting is not a luxury. That is a right as an American. And all this side wants to do, and this is, again, where the derangement comes from. I know what America means. I know. And I know that means that everyone should have the right to vote. The fact that that side, Republicans, Red, MAGA, Trump, literally are trying to go the opposite of that, I'm sorry. I don't have any respect for anybody's intelligence at all who wants their own fucking voting shit taken away. That's crazy. Like, tell me you're not gay, but then you get fucked in the ass. Like, tell me more. Tell me more how you're not gay and you like sucking dick. Tell me more, because that's what this feels like. That's what this is like. No, we should let people whose money I don't even make decide shit. Oh, we should just fucking let people that are rich and white and smart and vote. We should let these, like, bro, you're just because we come from the gutter, just because we come from the hood, just because we come from the street, don't mean that we are intellectually inferior to the people who are trying to run this state. And the people that are trying to run this state assume that if you make under $100,000, actually really closer to $150,000, that you are not worth protecting. They have enough money from that group of people. I don't see how it's even fucking fair. So it's like, not derangement. It's more like I'm trying to fight for my vote, for my rights, for what I know America to be, because I did pay attention in school. Like, you got to be mad. You got to be mad at this point. Like, holy shit, half of this fucking country, or not half, like 30% of this country is like stuck in their fucking retardation. Number one, I never said Tallarico was going to turn everyone gay. No. You said he was going to turn people trans, but I think it was a joke you had made. But still, first of all, you weren't making a joke about the governorship and the way it works. The Tallarico turning everybody trans, I think, is what you said. I know that was a joke, obviously, but no, you were very clear that voting Tallarico means huge changes to the Texas government, and it does not even remotely. We are too red, we're too Republican for Tallarico to do anything but to be a big thorn. But TDS is what you're doing, Mario, where this stuff dwells in your mind all day. It doesn't dwell in my mind, champ. You're not paying attention, Mex. You're not. Did you see the fucking what's it called this weekend? The what's it called? The media thing, the correspondence dinner, right? Did you see the correspondence dinner? I'm going to guess you didn't. And the reason I'm going to guess you didn't and haven't in the past, other than maybe a few clips, is because if you did see the correspondence dinner, then you would have the knowledge of Trump at these correspondence dinners. It wasn't the first time. He's been there before he was president, before he ran for president. And what I can tell you is the entire scene was both chaotic and sad. And it was all based on the fact that Trump was live on camera. I don't know if you know this, and you probably don't. C-SPAN, right? They go live every single time that there's a big event, and they have an hour for Democrats and an hour for Republicans. On this day, though, after Friday evening, they opened a 2-hour block for Republicans. Do you know why they did that, Mex? Because every single one of those old white men that have been voting Republican for the last 30, 40, 50 years called in and said that Trump was an embarrassment. This whole thing has been a mistake. They were fucking humiliated because a guy, a man, an adult could not keep his shit together for 5 seconds. It's crazy to me how you give so much error to Trump and that side, not Republicans. You're not a Republican or what's it called? I guess a conservative will call it. You're not either of those things. Like supporting MAGA or Trump, you're the opposite of them. Fiscal responsibility is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, conservative talking point since I was 5 years old. It has been the most prevalent. So tell me why Trump's raised the deficit to 9-something trillion or whatever the fuck it is. Why is it that your kids are going to be having to pay for the mistakes of our past 5 presidents? Why are you okay with that? I'm not. I'm mad at the whole system. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I have America getting fucked syndrome. And Obama was responsible for part of that. Bush was responsible for part of that. But today, Trump exists as the main culprit. He does something every day. You're talking about what's deranged and what to focus on. He started posting those AI videos on Sunday, champ. Sunday. That was this Sunday. So as a Christian, you think it's cool to just like explode a bunch of Muslims and kill them and joke about it? Or are you not devout enough in your own beliefs to call a spade when you see it? This isn't derangement. This is obvious. This is 100% obvious. You shouldn't want to kill Muslims because they're Muslims. You shouldn't want to kill Jews because they're Jews. You shouldn't want to kill Christians because they're Christians. And I shouldn't have to explain this to anyone in a way that makes it seem like I'm the one with a fucking problem. What the fuck? So because I'm mad that our president our real president, who y'all wanted to vote for based off of jokes and vibes, because that guy wants to kill a bunch of people that have no fucking, that are just innocents. That's why the guy who talks all this shit about trans and gay people, but then somehow wants to go and attack Iran because they're mean to trans and gay people. Come on, dude. Come on. Your problem is you ain't mad enough. That's your problem. That's TDS. No, that's understanding the way a system works and being upset about it when it's broken. Either that, or why are you fucking complaining about boxing? What are you complaining about with Dana? What's the problem? I don't understand. He's just doing his thing. And so the idea that you have a preference of the way that boxing should work, as in the right way, I have the same thing. Only the difference is I have a constitution that shows me exactly what the blueprint should be and how Donald Trump is fucking that up every day. You understand that this presidency, and maybe you don't, maybe that's the big problem. You understand this presidency has set precedences for future presidencies. So now you're chill with it with some random fucking kook that shits his pants every day in the White House. But are you going to be okay with it if that's AOC? Are you going to be okay with that if it's Mondani taking away your company's business? I'm not saying Mondani would do that, but I'm just saying, like, would you be okay with any of that? No, you'd be fucking deranged as shit, because you know the way that this America is supposed to work. It's supposed to be a combination of corporation and socialism. It's a combination. At the end of the day, you could go watch CNN, which you didn't, but you would have seen, you know what you would have seen? You would have seen Alex's homeboy, his favorite guy, Scott Jennings, getting fucking railroaded, right? Because you know what they're doing? They're not going against anybody else except for socialists. They're saying, oh, socialism's communism. Is it the same thing? Do you think it is? Because if you do, you're fucking wrong. And if you do, then you're saying that we're a socialist country. Government owning and working for the people, right? That's socialism, right? That's communism. And you're saying they're the whole thing. You're saying they're one and the same. So if they're one and the same, then guess who built the roads? Guess who built the bridges? Guess who made medical more universal across America? Access. Guess who built all those hospitals in the rural sides where y'all live, by the way? A lot of them which are being shut down today. That was socialism. At the end of the day, that's socialism. And so the idea that one's worse than the other is how to break America. If I don't continue to rally against that with, like, I'm not talking about things that happened 10 years ago. See, and that's the other problem. It's like, you make it seem like this is a derangement. Like, I'm focused on like Russiagate still. He's given a reason to think that he's a senile old man every single fucking day, almost, for the last 6 months. How are you cool with it? Joseph, you know Jonathan Martinez, the boxer? Yes, went to school with him. I'd say we're loosely friends with him. TDS is we're talking about sports, and you managed to turn it into politic tirade. No, I managed to show. See, but that's the problem is when it comes to TKO, Disney, when it comes to all this stuff, it's not sports. It's literally politics. It's literally all of this. I don't like the broken system at all. And if this was 2015, I'd be talking shit about Obama. I'd be talking shit about if Trump never ran, I'd be talking shit about Hillary, because none of them would have fixed shit. All of them are on the same side. That's what you have to understand is Republicans and Democrats, they're all right here trying to, why do you think these social Democrats are trying to create the narrative that they're trying to create? It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing every time. They want to create a narrative that makes it seem like one side has broken it worse than the other, when in reality, they're all working towards the same goal. But there are no more adamant fans than those 30% Trumpers, right? So logistically, and this might explain it for you, Mex, logistically, I can teach or tell somebody why Hillary Clinton wouldn't have been a good president, and they'll absorb and they'll take it in, unless they're a fucking nutbag who supports Hillary nonstop, right? I can talk to somebody who loves Hassan, right, and explain to them in detail why his philosophy on politics is terrible. It's horrible. It is MAGA. He is MAGA. He's MAGA on a different side. That's it. That's it. It's this fascist idea of not having a one-party system. And that is all that Trump has done to work at it. If you don't understand why tearing down the two-party system, voting rights, the fucking paper that our entire the paperwork that our entire country is founded on, if you don't understand why those things are reasons to get mad, I don't know what to tell you. If your nephew constantly brings up how Santa's real in the middle of a 4th of July parade or at random dinner conversations, that's nowhere near Christmas. Okay, but if you start talking about Easter and Valentine's Day and use the aspect of capitalism to relate that to Christmas, which is exactly what I'm doing. I don't know if it's that you're disagreeing with my premise or you don't want it to be true. Part of me thinks you don't want it to be true because it is true. I'm not like, if I was deranged, I'd be telling you non-facts. Tell me one thing I've said that isn't a fact. Tell me one thing I've said that I've criticized ever about him that isn't a direct inflammatory response to shitting all over the Constitution. But here's the thing. You are right. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's the other part here is you think we're having a debate. And part of that is because I've made it seem like it's a debate. I'm not. I'll take the Trump derangement syndrome, but only if we understand that it's based on y'all trying to have sex with men and then tell us we're gay. You understand? I know that was a very autistic example to give you, but that's, I can't do anything other than that. Let me ask you this. You know Roy Cohn? You know who Roy Cohn is? Look up Roy Cohn. Watch the movie if you want. It's okay. It's not great, but and then come back and tell me what you think might be going on here. This whole thing was planned from the beginning. And I know that you can sense it. You can see it. Roy Cohn set this whole blueprint up. And here we are 30 years later, and it's taken shape. Nobody's ever going to tell you, not at least me, that those people are stupid, because they're not. Eddie, Oscar, Al, and Frank have already delivered on fights that have outsold. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like, oh, are they making money for boxing? Or are they making money for themselves? Like, what's the difference here? Because are we elevating boxing? Like, this is where I would agree with Alex. I would be okay with Dana taking over if we knew and could assure that Dana was going to lead to a better product overall. I don't think we can. I don't think we can do that. And because we can't do that, it's, God damn it. Yeah, because I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. And I'm not saying that I made it seem like I was. Sure, it seemed like a debate, but I was agreeing with you literally. The problem isn't that I might have something known as Trump. It's that you don't understand why that kind of derangement would come about. So I use the gay thing as a way of like making it like an over the top thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gay, but I don't have any problems with gay people at all. I mean, like, I think it's weird to even have to say that. They're just people. Like, why would you care who they fuck? That said, though, I don't want people to think that, like, I wouldn't want to give people the wrong idea about me, and I wouldn't want them to think I'm gay any more than I want them to think that I have blonde hair and blue eyes. I don't, and I'm not. That said, I know what it means to be gay. I've seen a gay movie. I've listened to gay music, and I've been to gay clubs, so I'm familiar with the gay culture a little bit. For you to come to me and tell me, and then like live in the gay culture, go to the gay clubs, listen to the gay music, kiss the gay men, and then come back to me and me saying, dude, I think you're gay. And you're saying, no, you have gay derangement syndrome. No, you can kiss men and you can dress like a drag queen and you can go to the bar and leave that bar not drunk at all and have sex with men. And you're not gay. You're just not gay. You're not gay. Okay, fine. But at some point, I'm going to be like, dude, we live in a real world with like actual bounds and rules. Like, it's like a physical world with rules. When you break these rules, it becomes something else. And you're gay. No, I'm just kidding. What a loose statement, Joseph. Turkey has delivered. Dana has pulled the strings. Yeah, he is right. Turkey has delivered. Understand, I'm on the side of Mex in this argument because Mex's side of this argument is that he doesn't care who wins. He just wants things to be right. That's what I want. That said, I can't pretend Turkey hasn't fixed stuff. Oh, I missed this one. Mex said, voter ID and civics tests to allow voting is what I campaign for. No matter what side you're on, stupid people should not be allowed to vote. That's a stupid thing to say, right? That's a stupid thing to say. because there is no smart or stupid. Those are relative terms. So if you say you're smart, well, then you're only comparing that to something else, because you're not comparing it to Einstein. You're not comparing it to fucking Tesla. You're not comparing it to Elon Musk. You're not comparing it to anything. So then if we do compare it, then we are not smart. We are stupid. So then what is the civics of it, right? Do you qualify for that test? I don't know. I don't know if I qualify for that test. You know why? Because those are all things that involve opinions. There's nobody that can tell you what a wrestler, a boxer, or MMA fighter should be making right now, logistically. Just like there's no way to tell anyone how smart somebody should be to do physics, or I mean to take a civics test for voting, right? I think that there are people that are actually like really dumb. And I don't mean dumb like as in they're uneducated. I mean dumb as in like they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't want to learn anything about anything else except what they do in their job. And some of their jobs are really tough and really hard. So it's like, can a dumb person be smart? Sure. Well, then if that's the case, who are we cutting off? The idea that there should be a civics test is rooted in racism. I don't know if you know that. The idea that blacks and Mexicans were about to get the vote, and then a campaign was started by a man who went on later to make one of the most like right-leaning Christian organizations in the country at that time. They came up with a bunch of things that they could say that would make liberals feel like their side is better, or like their side is okay, right? And so making the idea that, oh, no, we're not trying to discriminate. We just want the smartest people. That don't mean shit to me. I don't know what that means. Because you know what? I'm smarter than a fucking dude from Harvard that graduated there. If it comes to buying weed in the hood, right? If it comes to buying weed in the hood, I'm fucking way smarter than anybody who went to Yale, right? If I let them lead, they might get us shot and killed. If they let me lead, we're not only getting out of there, we're getting out there with the fucking deal on some bud. So what are we talking about? Because I lived through this life, and I could tell you that the people that were rich that I would meet at Stripes, that would live in the richest part of our town, had no social etiquette, didn't understand it, couldn't get people to vibe with them. Why do you think that's why rich people have other people be their spokesperson, be their faces, right? The people that own Apple, they ain't fucking Steve Jobs anymore. Why do you think Steve Jobs is such a fucking crazy story? Because nobody becomes the face of their own company. It's fucking crazy, and certainly never stays the face of their own company. So it's like, I don't know, it's tough. Those four guys delivered long before Turkey was a factor in boxing, Alex. True, but they didn't deliver unless they had money behind them, right? The Al stuff happened. The HBO stuff happened with Time Warner. So they had money. I don't know if you could say that you're right. They did it before Turkey. But if we take Turkey's name out and we just represent the money, then that's the money part of it. Turkey hasn't been involved in anything that touched those numbers outside of Canelo Crawford. Mario, let's be constructive about this. What would you want to see from JD Vance for you to have some? Listen to me right now. I would have considered voting for JD Vance. Swear to fucking Christ, I would. You know why I won't vote for him right now? You know why I would actually rather have the Florida man as the candidate? Because JD is allowing this man, Trump, to mar every single decent idea he ever had. JD was speaking for a younger audience, right? This audience who can't afford to buy their own home, right? In 10, 20 years, there might be a situation where the people that could afford homes can't get one because it's rent only. And that is why they stopped Wall Street from buying all the fucking houses, which they were. If you are somebody who's going to be creating a new family in the next 10, 15 years, I am very worried for you. Very worried for you. But right now, no, dude, I swear to God, I would rather vote for Rubio. I would rather, and listen to what I'm saying from me, a person who is very anti-middle establishment, right? As much as I think Trump is a piece of shit, singularly, and his cult followers, there's a much bigger problem with the fucking people that are actually Democrats and Republicans for like 30, 40 years, because they all become the same thing. So Rubio should be the last person I want. I should want an outsider. And yet JD Vance has only proved to me is that he can be an outsider and then be easily swept into the loop, right? I was talking earlier how there's a difference between socialists and democratic socialists and all that. There's a difference between Republicans and conservatives. And there is a huge difference between a guy like JD Vance and a movement like MAGA. And the only reason he joined was to further his own career. And I think he thought he could keep it separate. And today it's not. All the good-willed nature that JD Vance bought himself in the last 10 years is being flushed down the toilet as he's forced to be the lapdog for Donald Trump as they hide him at times so that he won't say the things that he really means. This is simply as I can explain it, Mario. Because you're still trying to defend why you're mad, which that's not what TDS is. TDS is, again, turning everything political. No, TDS is being obsessed with Trump because you're obsessed with Trump. And the people that call out other people for TDS are like 99.9999% of the time the people that don't understand why there's a reason to be upset. Like, would you be upset if Kim Jong-un like came into Texas and like bombed our Austin capital and then like pissed on the fucking Alamo and then like left and was like, no, that's like very American thing to do? And you'd be like, no, that's not not an American thing to do at all. And they're like, nope, it is an American thing. At some point, you're going to fucking lose it. And at some point, everything is going to start to present itself. I think that's the other part about it is you don't realize how much all this is connected. This is precise reason we need to start the political. Yeah, that's very true. It's okay, Mario. In 2 years, Mean Orange Man can't hurt you anymore. Can he? Because maybe you're not aware that he posted that AI image with the 2028 shit on Sunday. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he's going to run. But at the same time, I don't think that there's anything positive about the person who's supposed to be the most serious person on our planet and certainly in our country pretending he's going to run for an illegal third term. That's a reason to get deranged, I think, when you see your country falling apart. And it's like, here's the other reason I have to be deranged at times, or I seem deranged. I'm having to explain to the most simplest and dumbest people. You understand? Like the way I would talk to a 5-year-old if I was trying to have a conversation is how I often have to have these conversations. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating to be the grown-up. Immigrants have to pass a civics test to become citizens to earn that precious voting right. So what's the issue for you to do it as well? Well, the issue is that I don't want to lose my right to vote based on how dumb or smart anyone thinks I am. I don't know that you're smart enough to pass their civics test. I don't know that. And I don't know that I am. I've taken civics in college and I got an A in that class. It was very easy. It wasn't like hard at all. They were open book tests, just so you know. That said, though, I don't know anything much. I don't know much about civics, and I don't know much about what they would want to put in there. I know that they have created and recreated the facts of our history to make it seem like certain racist groups that killed and destroyed indigenous Americans are now like okay and protected. They've taken groups that were based in hate off of those lists. So I don't know that they don't change the history to make it seem like one of the questions is like, did America do right, wrong, or what it had to in eliminating the Native Americans' presence? What's that answer? Because there is no right or wrong. There is who's giving you the test and who says what's right or wrong. So no, I wouldn't trust anyone, Democrat, Republican, nobody, to come up with a fair and balanced test for which we all have to pass. Like, here's the other part. When I was in high school, we all had to take SATs. We all had to take all that stuff. Why don't you have to take an SATs to get a job in the real world, right? Like, you got to take a test to be able to drive, or you got to take a test to be able to, like, what else? Like, work at a toll booth? I don't know, whatever, right? Whatever the things that you have to have, like, specific training for. But outside of that, what do you got to do? Just to be that thing. Voting is a right. Voting is a thing that you do because you're American and it's inherent. At no point should it be taken away from you other than if you have violated the law of our land. You shouldn't, like, and that's the other part. Okay, you want to base it on stupid and smart, but when do we stop? I would say if you get caught for something that's dumb, right? If going to jail is dumb, I don't mean the person is dumb. I mean, that's a dumb thing to do. So if they say, well, if you went to jail, that shows that you were dumb at some point. Okay, but it was 20 years ago. No, but still, Still, we wrote it in there. Can't vote. Like, I don't know where the intelligence is going to be lifted to. So I can't trust anybody. And again, I can't see how you would trust anybody with that. Like, how would you trust somebody from Alaska and from Maine and from California to tell you what it means to be smart or dumb in Texas? Like, fuck, that sounds retarded, bro. Most people have a JFK picture in their house. Mario got a poster size JBL photo behind the camera. I do not. I actually hate JBL. I think he's a very boring person. A civics test is an exam given to immigrants applying for the United States. Did I read this? American history. Where's the issue? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, okay, so here you go, Mex. I got you, right? You have a son, right? And a daughter. You have children. Okay, you're their father? Okay, well, not anymore. All right. I have the law now in my hand. I don't know if you know that, but they just made me the police of all fathers having children. So I have this authority to tell you, I need to see a test to make sure that you're a qualified father, right? Can you give him, if he starts choking on something, could you give him the Heimlich? Like if he has an outbreak, do you have enough knowledge about biology to understand if it's a plant-based rash, a foodborne allergy, or a potential medication thing? What about white vans? Do you have the power to see through white vans to know who the pedophiles are and not, or just the people offering like super friendly candy without any razor blades? I don't know if you do. I'm not saying you don't, but I'm going to make you're going to have to take this test, champ. All right. I'm going to email it to you right now. And if you don't pass, you're no longer the father of your children. Okay. Is that cool? Are we down with that? Because, people who have to adopt, they have to be vetted. Did you know that? Did you know that people have to be vetted before they adopt? And doesn't that sound a lot like your point right now? That for someone who's born in this country and citizenship is belongs to them, not is owed to them, belongs to them. These are my rights as an American. So because an immigrant has to go through that, I have to go through that. Fine. Well, now you're a father. And because you're a father, you're going to have to go through this. And we're going to tell you whether or not you are qualified enough to be a father, even though that's your son, right? That's your responsibility. Shouldn't it be yours inherently? But people that adopt, people that foster, they have to go through those same. So you should have to go through the same ones too. You see how I just shattered your entire logic on that? But here's what you might do. You might double down and say, oh, you know what? Civics, blah, blah, blah. Like, and you might try to just, what's it called? Straw man your argument, right? That's just you refusing to take in what I'm saying. That's just you refusing to really try to understand that metaphor. It's not the best metaphor. I'll tell you the honest to God truth. It's not, but Rubio 28, baby boy, finally a Latino, or well, for you Latinx president. I don't even hear people using that word anymore. That's the other thing. Sometimes I think Mex do be looking up weird shit because like he'll say some stuff like that. Like, bro, I haven't heard nobody use that term in like 5 years, bro. You know what I mean? It's like the trans stuff too. Like people will come at me and be like, yeah, but what about all the trans stuff on your feed now? That's not like it was 10 years. I'm like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. IG keeps showing me big old bubble butts. I don't know who the fuck, I don't know what you're looking at, but they keep trying to get me to fucking look at ass and titties. You know what I mean? They trying to get me to look at TNA, the wrestling, and TNA. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't see that shit, bro. I don't see that shit. I don't see none of that trans stuff or none of that other stuff. I could be an ally, but that don't mean I'm searching for it. Like, you know what I mean? I predict Rubio versus AOC is going to be the ticket. Nah, can't see it. Can't see it. Not because, here's the thing. I think you're right now. Right? I think you're right at this moment, which again tells me that you are paying attention to some of this stuff. But the problem is I think if you think about what could be going on in the next 2 years, especially as it relates to November, no way OC makes it. She's too bendable to that democratic socialist agenda. I actually wouldn't care if shit happened to Austin. That's not considered. That's fucked up. Okay, fine. Fucking Dallas. But people who go on these rants like you is why I post these things. You're actually fairly calm, but he loves triggering y'all. And a lot of people love watching him trigger y'all. Yeah, no. And that is definitely the case. I think that the AI stuff is what he posts, why he posts. Listen, he's always going to have his 25 to 30% people. is how do you maintain their happiness? Winners dictate history, Bubba. That is very true. That's what happens when you get conquered or you sell your land. Absolutely. And that's what I'm trying to say is there is a conqueror story to America, and then there are the facts. I trust the facts way more, but it's hard. It's hard to navigate through them because, like you said, the victors tell the story. Let me see. I love watching crash outs and meltdowns on both sides. Yeah, absolutely. But you know what I don't love? I don't love when we see the crash outs and stuff, and it's like people they're taking advantage of. Like you go to a MAGA rally, you can tell the people that are a little, slower than most, and interviewing them is intentional. Just like going to a college campus and trying to talk to, emotional teens that are transitioning isn't the coolest people to be putting on TV. Yes, they make for incredible moments, but I don't think they represent either side very well. Rubio accepts APAC money. JD Vance does not. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I would be going so far against everything I stand for, voting for Rubio. And yet, if those were the two choices right now, I'm voting Rubio because at least I know Rubio takes that money. At least he's honest about it, right? For JD Vance, everything he stood for over the last decade has been slowly eroded by this campaign, by this White House. And all he's done is been an apologist on camera for it. Like the No New Wars thing. That's a big deal. People don't understand how long we've, as Americans, have been sick of this because we know the stories. We know what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. We know what happened in Vietnam. We know. And so because we know how Iran would turn out. In fact, it is happening exactly the way they said it. There's a book that came out. I meant to get it and show y'all, but I forgot it. I haven't gotten it yet, but I am going to get it. And this was written in 2000. I want to say it was 2008. Maybe it was a little before. It was in 2008. And a lot of people thought that we were going to go to war with Iran that summer or the summer before. So this book was being worked on because this person didn't think we would, but wanted to explain what would go on. So this book is like in the top Amazon sellers now, even though it's fucking over a decade old, because this guy predicted everything that has happened so far, down to the amount of American soldiers we'd be losing in the first 6 months. And then he has the next 6 months and the next and the next. He predicted that whatever president said they would do it would say it would be over in a matter of weeks. He said that they'd have no real timetable to get out. They'd have no real demands, and they haven't, right? All their demands have changed. And all this was the fact that Israel wanted a war that they've been wanting for a long time. I'll send my SummerSlam predictions in your mail sometime tomorrow. Appreciate it, Alex. Mex, I need yours too, please. Can you send me your things? So you think you're better than immigrants who want to better their lives and work hard? That's not very pro-immigrant of you. No, I don't think I'm better, but I think that I think that where you're born does matter. Absolutely. Right. I shouldn't be able to go to Brazil as an immigrant and change their culture. I shouldn't expect them to bow to my will. I shouldn't expect them to learn English, being that they don't speak that in Brazil. So, yeah, I think that in order to see the potential reasons for an immigrant to want to come to America, because I don't think that every single immigrant that comes to America has positivity on their mind. Of course not. That said, I don't want to be treated like an illegal or a criminal or somebody who should have to earn their rights that were given to every other American in the world before us, or in America before us, right? Why should Trump and Biden and all these other old ass dudes that have fucked up America for so long, why should they get the right to just vote their entire life? But all of a sudden now I have to take a civics test. All of a sudden my grandmother has to take a civics test, who's 89 and partially senile. No, eat a dick. This is my American right. Just because you just discovered it like 5 years ago doesn't mean you have the right to inherently take it from mine. This is my birthright to vote in American elections. To ask me to take a test to prove that I'm American, then take a test to prove you're a good father. Take a test to make your fucking make all your family take a test to see if they're good cousins, aunts, uncles. We are inherit. How about this? You got to take a test now to prove you're a Christian. You're not Catholic. God ain't going to let you in. You got to take his civics test. Like, it sounds retarded, champ. It does. There's no argument you could make that would make it sound good, right? This is the second time you've said immigrants got to take one. That's a bad argument. I've just showed you why it's a bad argument. The idea that we should be held to any standards that so immigrants also have to come over on a boat or a plane. So should we have to like once a year leave our country and then come back in a boat? Like, why is it just inexplicably this is the way it works? I think it's the way it works to you because you've been told this is a way that it could work. So have I, except I went down this rabbit hole of seeing, would it work? Will it work? And I found out that it doesn't, because nobody can tell you what the IQ would be or what the smart limit would be or who's dumb and who's not. Right? There are people, because this is what you're saying. You're saying that people that are educated on civics should be able to take the test. So you know that more people that work road crew are going to fail. More people that drive and do blue collar work are going to fail. So you would rather give our country over to the Harvard educated, the Yale educated, right? The Ivy League pieces of shit that end up going into banking for everybody else and don't ever pick a side between red or blue, but they pretend they do. And so at the end of the day, you'd rather give our country and its rules and regulations over to, let's be honest, smart, more educated white people. That's what we'd be doing. You look at the statistics of who goes to college and what colleges they go to, white people, and you're going to say, well, we're going to give it to the smartest white people. That means that I'm not going to vote. That means you don't get a vote. That means Alex doesn't get a vote because we're not these purebred, Ivy League educated. We didn't summer in the Hamptons. And that's your problem, is you listen to too many people that have never had an American experience in their fucking life. And they don't show you how often they're at the Hamptons. So you don't think they're at the Hamptons. They're at the Hamptons, champ. Of course, I look up weird shit. How else can I come in here and poke at you? Funny. That's a good one, actually. I know that wasn't a dig at Charlie now. No, it didn't mean to be a Charlie dig. It meant more to be a dig at iconizing all people, right? They're trying to do a statue for Charlie, and the Vietnam people said, fuck that. They try to do a thing for Michelle Obama, I think, at the Institute of Fashion. I forgot where. Everybody said no in the community. They're like, no, we don't want that shit here. It's about not politicizing as opposed to like, oh, I don't like Charlie or I don't like Michelle Obama. Nothing like that. JD is clearly on the outs now. Where's the intentionally distancing? Yes, exactly. And he's been. The only time they haven't let him is when he's gone in to do damage control for the war. That's it. That's what makes me so mad, is that it's like, oh, you're going to go do Bill Maher now, but your only thing is to make sure that everybody loves Trump at the end. That's what it feels like to me. Man, look at that. I've managed to make you sound slightly MAGA twice in this rant. Oh, I'll sound MAGA a lot. Because I can be stupid as shit. Like, I'm one of the dumbest, smartest people in the world. I know that to be true. I know it to be true. Don't ever trust me with building y'all's fucking chairs or fixing y'all shit, because I'm dumb as shit. But that's part of the reason why I know they're dumb as shit, because I recognize it in myself. Like, I'm like, oh, you might not be a racist, but you grew up around a bunch of racist motherfuckers with that rhetoric. I recognize it because so did I. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a blue collar dude. That's what I am at the end of the day, even if I don't carry myself specifically. That's right, brother. You tell them immigrants they can't walk in here and take what's yours. Hilarious. No, what I'm saying is they can't walk in here and then other people say, now you're going to be treated like an immigrant. Right? I'm not going to have somebody look at me, an American whose parents were American and grandparents were American, and say, you got to go through it. You got to jump a hurdle that immigrants have to hurdle. Right? Listen, here, I'll destroy this argument too. I should not have to take a test to get my wisdom teeth pulled out. But you're damn sure right that the fucking people in the room better have, that dentist better have, that dental hygienist should have, and that assistant dental hygienist should have. So it's like, I'm not saying that I should have a better life than immigrants. I'm saying the rules and regulations for how I move through life in America should not be compared to that as an immigrant. And I'll give you an example. Did you know that if you go to college in Texas and you live in Texas, you pay one fee, you pay a tuition, right? Did you know if you go to a college in Texas, but you've lived outside of Texas, that same education is more expensive for you if you go to a state school? Did you know that? So if you're from Ohio and I'm from Corpus and we both go to A&M Corpus, you're going to pay more for your education than me, even though we're getting the same education. Why is that the case? Ask yourself that. Well, partly is because those state schools are budgeted and regulated for me, for the people that grew up in Texas. Ohio has their own spot. California has their own spot. Why would I ever, as a citizen of Texas, offer to pay more because it helps y'all? You see what I'm saying? Like they convinced you, Mex. They convinced you that you aren't worth, not that you're not worth it, but that your rights are based on how they feel they should be. That's what you do. That's what you do, champ. I swear. And I hate it. It makes me so mad. You're so much smarter than that. You're so much better. You know, Ivy League people aren't just inherently smarter than you, right, champ? You know that. Just like I know that immigrants aren't inherently dumber than any of us. There are rules and there are regulations, and those are the way they are because they've helped institute America and moved us forward. Immigration is a beautiful thing. In fact, if we kicked every immigrant out tomorrow, this country would fail fast because y'all don't understand who's getting the produce where, how it's getting to the truck, how it's getting to the box that gets to the truck, how the seeds come in, how any of these things come in. How do you think they fucking grow Brazilian avocados in fucking Florida or California, wherever the fuck? At the end of the day, there's a difference between being a globalist and somebody who understands that community is based on people, and people do not come in a one size fits all. I will never allow someone to tell me what my rights should be and how I should earn them. And I really think you should do the same now. Not because I say it, but because for your fucking kids, so that they don't think that somebody in a suit that calls themselves Republican or MAGA or something is inherently better, or that the fucking Ivy League should be running our country instead of the people like you and I who grew up American. Actually, yes, too many people take America for granted. We should go to other places and see how truly bad and intolerable and beautiful it is. Sure, but it's also propaganda, right? Because the shithole countries that we were told about, I Show Speed went over there and showed everybody how great they were. So I think it is partly that, but it's also partly other people are living better than us too in a number of ways. So, you know, if we could go and look at how bad things are to appreciate America, maybe we could also go to some of those places and see how much better they're doing in certain aspects and then take those too. Why don't we ever do that? Why is it only, hey, make sure you know how good you have it so that we can tell you when you have it like shit that at least somebody's got it better? Fuck that. Eat a fucking fat dick and barbecue it on a fucking barbecue grill, you fucking fat pieces of shit, you fat cat fucking pussies. And that's not a Trump thing. That's a fuck all of y'all fuckers that are talking that shit thing. That's that capitalism over corporation thing. Y'all want to eat that dick and y'all just want to devour it, but y'all don't want to fucking ask where it came from. See, but that's you saying only Ivy League people can pass that civics test, that immigrants who become citizens, you're telling me that they're all Ivy League level. This is what I'm telling you, champ. I'm telling you that educated people have a higher education, right? And the higher that education, the more likely the higher that education, right? Not being racist, not being classist. What I'm saying is the more opportunities you get, the better you end up being. Let's put it this way, right? If I played Little League all my life and maybe a little tournament ball here and there, wouldn't be nearly as good as I was on the Junior USA team where they have their own facility and 24-hour practices and playing Japan and North Korea. What I'm telling you is opportunity leads to success. It leads to certain things. And if we allow people to dictate what smart means, because you're just saying civics. Have you ever taken a civics class? Do you know the kind of stuff you learn? Have you ever seen a syllabus from one? They're not cut and dry, champ. This isn't a situation where they're going to ask you, how many vice presidents does a president have? No, that's retarded shit. They'd never do that. What they're going to do is propagate their own side so that they can ask questions like, should Donald Trump ever have been president? And if it's a Democrat giving that test, the answer is probably no. And if it's a Republican, the answer is probably yes. So the idea that we could have some sort of fair, balanced thing at this point in the most tumultuous aspect of our political zeitgeist in years, decades probably, I find completely incoherent. America is the best, bro. Not perfect, but the best. Shout out to Cruz, the champ. Listen, I love America. Love America. I don't think that Donald Trump and MAGA do. I think the idea, like I look at it, someone like, you know what? I'll use somebody different. I know y'all don't like me talking shit about Trump. I'm gonna use Nick Fuentes. I'll use Nick Fuentes because I know a lot of you hate Nick Fuentes, even if you do support MAGA. Nick Fuentes has this idea of America and how to make it better. And this idea is to make it more Christian, more inherently male dominated, right? Less opinions from women. I believe he's not an American. I believe he hates America. I believe his idea of America is rotted in bullshit, right? He is anti-American because only anti-Americans would want those kinds of sentiments. Americans would want a two-party system at the very least. I think there's a problem with it, but at the very least, a two-party system that relegates a tug of war back and forth, right? If you remember Obama's campaign year with what's his name? The guy that Trump called not a hero because he got caught. What was his name? I always forget his name. McCain. If you remember that, McCain stopped that white woman from being like, yeah, I'm not going to vote for that Muslim ass jihadist. And McCain's like, snatched that mic from her and said, fuck that. You ain't talking that shit in front of me, bitch. I don't give a fuck if you vote for me or not. I know Obama. I disagree with him vehemently. I fucking think his policies are bullshit. And I think his entire political system's wrong. But I'm going to be damned if you're going to stand here and say he's not American. A dude who don't take care of his family. A man who's, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'll fuck with that. I fuck with Bush still, even though they're warmongering pieces of shit. I fuck with his vice president, even though he was a warmongering piece of shit. You know why? Because they're family men. At the end of the day, they did love their family and cared about them. You think Elon gives a fuck about any of that shit? No. So I'm tired of having to like talk this narrative like it's different than anything else. It's not. We are here in 2026. If you have not realized that the left has no answer and the right's answer is a geriatric man shitting his pants, I don't know where we are anymore. I really don't. I don't know how we can't all get on the same side of saying, you know what, guys? Blue collar workers have been fucked over for a real long time, haven't they? And Trump said he was going to do something. He didn't. Biden said, I'm the answer for that bullshit. He wasn't. Trump came back, made it worse. So what do? Where is this answer? The idea that we keep trying to convince each other to come closer to our sides of the Democratic or Republican or right or left side is wrong. Not wrong because you're inherently bad, wrong because it gets us nowhere. How do we know that? We have data points throughout history that show us exactly what's happening right now. He said it. Everything he said was going to be a lie. And I'm not saying it was, but see, that's you changing the test though. I'm saying we all take the same exact test they take to become citizens and earn that right to vote. How does taking that test equip anybody with a better understanding of what's going on in America and how to make it better? That test doesn't help people to understand what happened with the housing market. That test does not make people understand what happened in Afghanistan. That doesn't help people understand what 9/11 was turned into. It doesn't help people understand the bill that made it illegal for the CIA and other entities to spy on us, like the DSA, right? So the idea that there's a perfect test and all it is the immigration test says to me that all you really want to do is create a barrier for people. And the idea that that test slows anyone down or does anything to affect positive change is just, it's not right. You know who would have a better understanding of what's going on right now? You, Mex. You have kids. You know how expensive stuff are. Actually, and I'm not talking shit here. I don't mean this to be like, oh, maybe your wife does everything. Not at all. I just mean like most families, you know, you work and the guy works and the wife goes through the shit. So maybe your wife understands better than both of us how fucking broken America is right now as it relates to what meat costs today than it did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, right? Why is corn so expensive now when the idea was, or the facts were that COVID raised everything, right? COVID raised everything. And yet corn never came back down. Yet corn came back down, but the chips never did. Why is Funyuns and Fritos and all this stuff still expensive, even though corn, the price came back down? So they were reacting to the market, but then keeping that market still high. I don't think that's not something you can do, right? You can't do that and have a fair and balanced system. My point would be, who would make this test? And if you're saying it's the same test those people take, then what does it prove? What does it garner us? The people that should be voting are the people who buy groceries in America, buy cars in America, looking to build a house in America or purchase a house. It should be family men like you, like me, like Cruz. We should be the people because we understand what it is to be American, not Elon Musk. Why the fuck would anybody give Elon Musk the keys to the castle? Why? He didn't go to a prom. He's never picked up a chick in America. He's never fucking had an American experience in his life. He don't know what it's like to show up to Thanksgiving empty-handed and have to find a fucking store to pick up a 12-pack of sodas. And yet y'all want him to fucking tell us what's real and what's... Come on, guys. Let's be real. Like, we don't need a rich-ass president. We don't need an Ivy League president. You know what I'm saying? We need a fucking real one. We need a blue-collar person. We need somebody who's got kids in this world and has struggled, who knows what it's like to have to take care of dying older grandparents and parents, who knows what it's like to have a kid with cancer. Those are the fucking people that should be making a rule. And that civics test isn't going to touch one goddamn iota on that. You know who the fuck should be voting? The people whose fucking kids died because of fucking that medical system in this country. Those are the people that should be voting. Those are the people that don't give a fuck about Trump or Obama or fucking Biden or Democrat or Republican, because they're all fucking the system. At the end of the day, I cannot make it any more clear than that. I'll be honest. It's hard for me to. Eventually, ChatGPT would give you the right answer to any test. That's also a very good point. Civic math or whatever. Very, very good point. Knowledge is not the basis for which we should be determining who votes and who doesn't. It should be experience, right? Cruz. I'm not going to say what I know about Cruz, but I know Cruz, a part of his background. I would trust him so much more to explain to me what is going on with the system for which he belongs than any fucking politician in DC right now. I fucking hate them all. McCain, yes, thank you. Yeah, salute to McCain for that. He said Obama was actually a good man. Man, it's so crazy that I missed that era of politics. That era, like, I remember being out of college and thinking, oh my God, I was finessed. Or not out of, like, we were out of the Obama presidency. And I remember thinking, oh my God, I got finessed so bad, right? So bad. I thought Bush was the only one that could save us from terrorists, and I thought Obama was the only one that could save us from racism. And at the end of the day, I don't think either of them wanted either to end. I know that's a ugly way or a macabre way of looking at things, but I think it's the first step in political freedom. Like, because that's the other part two, right? Like, I have socialist ideas, right? But I would never want America to get out of capitalism or to get out of the corporate mindset. I would want always that. That doesn't mean that I don't think we should be getting health care. Of course we should. That doesn't mean I think the government should own grocery stores. You see how I'm saying? It's a spectrum. And right now, Trump has made everyone on the left seem like the same. Just like the Democrats made everyone seem like they were on the right was Trump. That's both of them are wrong. Both of them are wrong. And the only people that get hurt are people like us. That's a valid point. But why you take it like the task test? Cruz, no phones allowed, walk through metal detectors. Yeah, but it's just like too easy now. Like, we got watches, we got fucking rings that are smart rings. Like, nah, you would get it somewhere. Yeah, but ChatGPT would help you prepare for it for sure. That's true. That's fine too, because the same as studying for the information, you've got to retain the information. Yeah, that's fair. But see, that's what I'm saying. What does that do, Mex? What does it do? Okay, do you think that somebody could fix the roads and the bridges and the tolls and the highways and the freeways all throughout America if they were able to tell you where California, Texas, Oregon, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, like if somebody were to tell you where all the states are, Alaska, Hawaii, even know the difference or know the distance in miles between those, you think that's going to help them to understand how to fix the infrastructure problem in America as it relates to roads and tolls and all that? No, fuck no. So then what's that info good for if you can just memorize it on a test? You're saying it right now. You don't have to be smart to get that. So you're saying, let's let the illiterate not get in. And yet the illiterate sometimes are way smarter than us. And it's only because they have dyslexia or some other issue. So your solution has too many holes to even be considered a real solution. That's the problem. It's not that that's not a good idea in theory. It's not that it's stupid inherently. No, of course, tests are a good idea. That's how people get cars to drive. That's how people, get to practice law or get to practice medicine, right? They have to take a test, right? A test that allows you to practice law in your state. The idea that you could do any of that on the basis of politics from an unbiased standpoint, I would say no. I don't know how we got to Elon now. This is an ADHD kicking in now. Well, I was just saying Elon because he's like he like did that. See, and that's what I'm saying, Mex. Did you not see his interview? Did you not see his interview with what was that magazine called this past week? Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm using him as an example because just 4 or 5 days ago, he himself said it was a mistake getting in, that I shouldn't have been the one to be in, that someone from my background, someone that, what I took it as is that too many people would be jealous of the richest man in the world to allow him to, orchestrate. And whether he was bad at the job or good at the job, he's saying it doesn't matter. I was not the one to have done it. So Elon makes sense if you understand what Elon represents right now. He represents a guy who can't go back to the other side because he's burned every bridge, and yet knows that he's part of a ship in quicksand. I think you haven't worked in over a year. You probably shouldn't vote. See, I don't think that that's the case, because if you haven't worked, for what reason though? Right? Like, if AI is taking part of our jobs, shouldn't those be the people that should vote? Like, if automation takes a part of your job and you're not able to have sustained work in the field that you grew up going into, I don't know if you can do it any other way. Cruz, he said he hit it on the target. I get it though. I'm not saying I don't get that aspect of it, right? Putting into the system. And that's what I'm saying is you can't give civics tests to people that have kids and a wife and a job and a house and are literally giving back into this system. You cannot, right? Mex, Cruz, we all have way more blood in that game than any of those rich people at the top. Supermax, I think Mario is running for mayor of Corpus. No, if you Google mayor and Corpus when y'all get a chance, and you'll find out why the fuck I would never run. Yo, trust me, please. I promise y'all, you're gonna laugh hysterically when you get a chance. Google or ChatGPT Corpus mayor and Guajardo. Just put Guajardo at the end. Just so that it doesn't pop up anything else. You'll see. You know who'd have my vote is Cruz. He's a real American. He went over to England and reminded them who's boss. That is true. He is a real American. He is a real American. He fights for what's right. He fights the UK whites. He has my vote, LOL. All right, guys, I am going to actually, no, I'm going to change the thing. I'm going to come right back. We'll be back on Twitch and YouTube only. Give me 15 minutes and we'll be right back. Appreciate everybody who popped in Fight and FX. Shout out to Cruz. Shout out to Mex. Shout out to Matt. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Oh, shit. I had a bunch of people. Oh, shit, Matt. Mario, we're all screwed no matter what. There's too many factors all pushing in the same bad direction. Things we will never be as good as the era we remember growing up in. Shout out to Matt Up, man. Shout out for real. Kins, Liz, thank you for jumping on. Cruz, champ. Man, I wish I could fucking use Matt. I would post this on the show. I can't do it from IG. I'm sorry. I wish I could, because that's a great comment. But listen, we'll be right back. I appreciate everybody tapped in. Thank you for everybody in the comments. Mario looks like the type of guy who would DM Jasmine Crockett and apologize that we let her down. No, I never wanted Jasmine Crockett to win. I mean, she's cool. You know what she is? She's the Trump on the Democrat side. The person who says things that don't make any sense, but the vibes are there and the energy is there. So it's like, let's vote. And then you don't realize what you were voting for. Also, I think she took APAC money. No, she didn't take it. That was just a rumor. But she's one of those people, like I think AOC. Somebody who isn't super solidified in their place, and it's more on the vibes and the feels of like the populist aspect of their wing. So they'll go as far, say things as far as that would make them feel like, whatever. But anyway, all right, we will be right back. 15-20 minutes. Until then, Fight and FX on all platforms. Peace.